Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. Snow drifted lazily from the gray sky, coating the neatly manicured lawns of Elmwood Drive in a blanket of white. The suburban neighborhood looked like a holiday card, each house adorned with twinkling lights and festive wreaths. I sat in the passenger seat of my boyfriend's old Honda, nerves fluttering in my stomach. Meeting Will's family for the first time was intimidating enough, but spending an entire holiday weekend at their house had me on edge. Will squeezed my hand gently as we pulled into the driveway, sensing my anxiety. "Relax, they're going to love you," he said, with a reassuring smile. I wanted to believe him, but I knew how these things sometimes went. Families could be complicated, especially around the holidays. The house itself was beautiful, large, and warmly lit, with icicle lights hanging gracefully from the roof's edge. Warm golden light spilled from the windows, illuminating the freshly fallen snow. It was the kind of house that felt inviting at first glance, a place filled with years of happy memories and traditions. As we stepped onto the porch, the front door swung open, and a woman who could only be Will's mother greeted us with a bright, welcoming smile. She embraced him tightly, then turned to me, her eyes kind and curious. "You must be Clara," she said warmly, pulling me into a surprisingly strong hug. "I'm Janet. We've heard so much about you." I smiled shyly, hoping I wasn't blushing too much. "Thank you for having me. Your home is lovely." Inside, the house was just as cozy as it looked from the outside. A crackling fireplace warmed the spacious living room, and the air smelled of cinnamon and freshly baked bread. Soft Christmas music played quietly from somewhere unseen. I could immediately see why Will spoke so fondly of this place. It was exactly the kind of home I'd always wished for. Janet introduced me quickly to the rest of the family. Will's father, Robert, tall and reserved but polite. His younger sister, Emily, a bubbly teenager who immediately peppered me with questions about college life. And his grandparents, who sat comfortably near the fireplace, smiling at me warmly. I relaxed slightly, comforted by how genuinely welcoming they all seemed. Dinner was ready soon after our arrival, and Janet directed us into a beautiful dining room, decorated tastefully with garland and candles. The large table was meticulously set, plates gleaming beneath the chandelier's soft glow. Everyone took their seats, chatting and laughing casually, clearly familiar with the rhythm of their family gatherings. But as I settled in next to Will, my eyes caught something odd at the far end of the table. A single place was set, complete with silverware, a full plate of food, and even a glass of water. Yet no one was sitting there. Confused, I glanced around the table, waiting for someone to address the obvious oddity. But the family continued chatting, passing dishes around, entirely ignoring the empty spot. Emily noticed my confusion and smiled awkwardly, quickly turning her attention elsewhere. I shot a questioning look at Will, but he stared determinedly at his plate, pretending he hadn't seen my confusion. Janet served me a generous portion of mashed potatoes and smiled warmly. "Eat up, dear. We don't let anyone leave hungry here." I nodded politely, my eyes involuntarily darting again to that strange, empty seat at the table. The food there was untouched but carefully plated, as though someone might arrive at any moment to claim it. Conversation resumed around me, everyone deliberately cheerful, talking about the neighborhood holiday events, the upcoming snowstorm, even joking lightly about old family memories. Yet every now and then I caught someone's eyes flicking toward the empty chair, as though acknowledging something no one wanted to discuss. My discomfort grew, but I did my best to ignore it, keeping quiet throughout dinner. Something felt off deeply wrong in a way I couldn't quite place. Why set a place for someone who clearly wasn't there? It couldn't be a mistake. Everything about the dinner was so carefully arranged. After dinner, I helped Janet clear the dishes. As we carried plates into the kitchen, I finally mustered the courage to ask about the empty seat. "Janet," I said softly, choosing my words carefully, "I noticed the extra place at the table tonight. Are you expecting someone else?" Janet's hands froze mid-action, holding a dish in mid-air. Her expression tightened briefly, just enough to reveal that I'd touched on something sensitive. She forced a small, strained smile. "Oh, it's nothing, dear. Just an old family tradition. We keep an extra place at the table during holidays. Don't let it worry you." Her tone clearly indicated the conversation was over, and I didn't press further. But something about her reaction unsettled me deeply. There was sadness in her eyes, hidden behind that practiced smile, something more than a simple holiday custom. Later, after everyone else had retreated to the living room, I lingered in the kitchen, helping with dishes. As I placed a stack of clean plates back into the cabinet, something caught my eye. It was a child's drawing, stuck haphazardly to the fridge with a faded magnet. Curious, I stepped closer. It was crudely drawn, the thick crayon strokes unmistakably childlike. 3 figures stood hand in hand, a woman, a smaller figure labeled me, and another girl drawn faintly, standing apart from them. At the bottom, scrawled in a child's handwriting, was written, "Me and Mommy and the girl in the closet, December 22. My breath caught in my throat. December 22nd, just 2 days ago. I stared at the picture, my heart suddenly racing, unease washing over me again in icy waves. I glanced nervously around, making sure no one was watching, then quietly placed the drawing back exactly as I'd found it. That night, once everyone was asleep, I finally asked Will about it. We sat together on the edge of the guest room bed, speaking in hushed tones. His reaction was tense, wary, like I'd asked something forbidden. "We don't talk about her," he whispered, eyes guarded. "Who?" I asked softly. "A relative?" He hesitated, his jaw tightening before he finally replied. "Just leave it alone, Clara. Please, it's better if you don't ask." But I knew in my gut I couldn't leave it alone. Something wasn't right. The empty place at the table, the strange drawing, the heavy silence. Will's family was hiding something, and suddenly I wasn't sure I wanted to know what it was. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I lay wide awake beside Will, staring up at the unfamiliar ceiling, listening to the quiet hum of the old house settling. My mind replayed every unsettling detail from dinner, the empty seat, Janet's strained smile, and that eerie child's drawing pinned to the fridge. Finally, exhaustion overtook my restless mind, and I drifted into a fitful sleep. But even then, My dreams were jagged, haunted by shadows I couldn't quite catch, whispers I couldn't quite hear. At one point, I jolted awake suddenly, heart racing, convinced someone had been standing near the bed watching me. But the room was empty, filled only with pale moonlight filtering gently through lace curtains. I glanced over at Will. He slept peacefully, breathing slow and even. I envied him in that moment, how easily he seemed to accept the strangeness of his family's world. I carefully slipped out of bed, pulling on a sweater, shivering slightly as my bare feet met the cold wooden floor. Maybe a glass of water would help calm my nerves. The hallway was dark, dimly lit by a faint yellow glow coming from a nightlight near the staircase. I moved carefully, trying not to wake anyone, feeling oddly like an intruder in this quiet, perfect house. Downstairs, the kitchen was bathed in soft moonlight, making everything seem gentle and harmless. I poured a glass of water and leaned against the counter, letting the cool liquid soothe my tight throat. But as I stood there, eyes drifting aimlessly, something tugged insistently at my attention. The fridge, that drawing again, its colorful scribbles partially illuminated by moonlight. I moved closer, inspecting it again. The words were still there, clearly written in a child's shaky handwriting. Me and Mommy and the girl in the closet, December 22nd, just 2 days ago. I couldn't let it go. I knew I should go back to bed, forget about it, respect Will's quiet plea to leave things alone, but something deep inside pushed me onward. I needed answers. Carefully, I turned away from the fridge and walked slowly toward the hallway that connected to a small side door, one I'd noticed earlier when Janet had shown me around. She'd skipped past it quickly, mentioning briefly it led to the basement. At the time, I hadn't thought anything of it, but now, it seemed like something worth investigating. The basement door was slightly ajar. My heartbeat quickened as I pushed it open fully, revealing a narrow staircase that descended into complete darkness. A faint chill drifted upward, carrying with it the musty scent of old wood and forgotten places. I hesitated, glancing back nervously toward the empty kitchen, listening carefully for any signs of movement upstairs. When nothing stirred, I reached for the switch beside the doorway, flicking it softly. A single bulb flickered to life at the bottom of the stairs, casting weak yellow light over a concrete floor. I took a slow, unsteady breath, stepped forward and descended carefully, each stair creaking faintly beneath my weight. At the bottom, my eyes adjusted quickly to the dimness. The basement was large, cluttered with old furniture, dusty boxes, and forgotten toys scattered across the floor. I shivered, wrapping my sweater tightly around me. Something about this room felt deeply unsettling, though I couldn't quite pinpoint why. It felt frozen in time, abandoned yet still filled with echoes of life. As I moved cautiously deeper into the room, my eyes landed on something partially hidden behind a stack of cardboard boxes. A small, worn door built into the far wall, barely noticeable, painted the same dull shade of white as the surrounding walls. My stomach clenched with inexplicable dread, but curiosity won out. I had to know what lay behind it. The small handle turned easily beneath my shaking fingers, and the door opened with a soft, protesting groan. Inside was a narrow space, little more than a cramped storage area, but immediately I realized it wasn't empty. On the floor were blankets, scattered toys, and small plates, some still holding crumbs. It was clearly a place someone had spent time recently, someone small. My pulse quickened, blood rushing loudly in my ears. I knelt slowly, touching one of the blankets. It was warm, as if someone had just been wrapped in it moments ago. Panic swelled inside me. Was someone still living down here, hidden from sight? My mind flashed back to the drawing, the strange empty place at the table, the tense silence whenever I mentioned it. My breath caught painfully in my throat. What had I stumbled into? Then my eyes caught sight of something else, a small camera, discreetly tucked into the corner, barely visible unless you knew exactly where to look. My heart skipped. It was positioned perfectly to monitor the space, aimed precisely at the pile of blankets and toys. Someone was watching this room. Someone knew exactly who lived here, knew exactly when they came and went. With trembling hands, I followed the tiny cable attached to the camera, tracing it along the wall until it disappeared into a hidden hole in the corner of the ceiling. If the camera was here, the footage had to be stored somewhere nearby, maybe on a computer upstairs, maybe elsewhere. Either way, someone in this house was closely monitoring whoever or whatever was staying in this hidden place. Suddenly, a soft sound broke the heavy silence, a faint creaking somewhere above me, perhaps footsteps upstairs. My breath froze in my lungs. Someone was awake, moving around the house. I knew instantly I couldn't be found here. Quickly, I closed the small hidden door, making sure it was exactly as I'd found it, and hurried back across the basement toward the stairs. My heart hammered with each step I climbed, eyes darting nervously upward toward the open doorway above. As I reached the top, I paused, listening carefully. Silence again. Maybe I'd imagined the noise, or maybe whoever had been moving was back in their room. Either way, I didn't risk lingering. I flipped off the basement light and moved swiftly through the kitchen, up the stairs, back down the hall toward the guest room. Will was still fast asleep, breathing deeply, completely unaware of my late-night exploration. I slipped quietly back into bed beside him, heart still racing, mind reeling. I'd found something terrifying hidden in the heart of Will's seemingly perfect family home, a secret room, a hidden camera, and evidence that someone else lived silently, secretly, in the basement. And worse still, I was certain Will's family already knew. Janet stood in front of me, her eyes steady but cautious, the tension in the air between us so thick it felt suffocating. Her forced smile trembled slightly at the edges, and I could tell she knew exactly what I'd been doing, exactly what I'd heard at the basement door. But neither of us spoke for a long moment, letting the silence stretch into something uncomfortable and heavy. "Clara," she finally said, her voice careful, controlled. "I thought Will mentioned that we keep the basement off limits. It's dangerous down there, old wiring, rusty nails, things you could hurt yourself on." I nodded slowly, my heart still racing, but I forced my expression into one of naive acceptance. "I'm sorry. I just got curious. Old houses, you know." She softened slightly, her posture easing, though suspicion lingered behind her eyes. "I know. But please, next time, ask first. We don't want you getting hurt." With that, she turned back toward the kitchen, leaving me standing alone in the hallway, my pulse still thrumming. I glanced back at the basement door one last time. Whatever or whoever was down there clearly needed help. Yet, confronting Janet now would only deepen her suspicions. I had to be smarter about this. Will reappeared soon after, looking anxious. "Are you all right? What did my mom say?" "Not much," I whispered back. "Just a gentle warning about the basement. She acted like she was worried about me getting hurt." Will's expression clouded, his eyes darting nervously toward the kitchen. "That's good. Just be careful. They're already watching you closely, Clara. My parents don't like when people start asking too many questions." I stared at him, feeling a fresh pang of doubt. Then what should we do? Someone was tapping at the basement door. It wasn't random noise, Will. It was intentional. "Someone's down there." He hesitated, clearly conflicted. "I believe you, but let's wait until tonight. After everyone's asleep again, we'll check together. If someone's in there, we'll deal with it then." I reluctantly agreed, knowing I couldn't handle this alone. For the rest of the day, we moved through the house pretending normalcy. We helped decorate the living room tree, wrapped last-minute presents, and tried to laugh along with Emily's jokes. Every smile felt forced, every laugh hollow. The cheerful facade was becoming nearly impossible to maintain. At dinner, the empty place at the table remained hauntingly untouched, carefully arranged with a full meal and silverware. This time, though, everyone's eyes flicked toward it nervously, as if sensing my lingering suspicion. No one mentioned it, but the air grew strained. Janet spoke brightly, too brightly, about plans for Christmas morning, her eyes darting to me repeatedly, watching for reactions. That night felt endless. I lay awake, watching shadows flicker on the ceiling, waiting for the house to settle into quiet. Eventually, silence fell, and Will sat up carefully, motioning to me to follow. My nerves twisted as we crept from the bedroom, down the hall, and quietly descended the stairs to the basement door. Will paused, listening carefully, then opened the door slowly. The stairwell was dark and empty. As we descended, each step creaked softly beneath our feet. At the bottom, we stood motionless, letting our eyes adjust to the dimness. "Show me," Will whispered finally, his voice tight with anxiety. I led him across the basement, past boxes and dusty furniture, until we reached the hidden door. It was closed exactly as I'd left it, almost invisible in the low light. Will stared at it, visibly shaken, as if he couldn't believe this hidden space had existed in his home without his knowledge. With a trembling hand, he opened the door slowly, revealing the same tiny room I'd seen before: blankets, toys scattered haphazardly, and plates of half-eaten food. He stepped inside cautiously, picking up a small stuffed bear from the floor, eyes filled with disbelief. "How is this possible?" he whispered, clearly disturbed. "I had no idea this was here. Clara, you have to believe me. I swear, I never knew." "I do," I said gently, touching his shoulder. "But someone's been living here, someone small. Maybe it's Maddie, Will. Maybe she never left. Maybe they hid her." He shook his head slowly, overwhelmed. "Why would they do that? It doesn't make any sense." I moved to the corner, pointing toward the tiny hidden camera still fixed to the wall. "They're watching whoever it is, Will. They're aware of it. They're feeding this person. They must know exactly who's in here." Will's face went pale, realization dawning sharply. We have a security setup. My dad has cameras installed around the house, connected to a monitor in his office. That's how he keeps an eye on things when we're away. Then that footage must be upstairs, I said urgently. We need to see it. We have to know who's down here. He nodded, determination replacing his shock. Follow me. We hurried back up the stairs and through the house to Robert's home office. Will switched on the small lamp beside the desk, casting a dim, cautious glow over the room. The computer sat silently on the desk, surrounded by neatly organized papers. He moved quickly, turning on the monitor, fingers trembling slightly as he navigated the desktop. After a few tense moments, a security application opened, showing multiple camera feeds around the house front door, driveway, backyard. My heart jumped as he selected the basement camera. The footage appeared, grainy and dim, showing the hidden room clearly. We skimmed backward through recordings, our breathing tense, until something moved. There, I whispered urgently. Will stopped the footage, leaning closer. A small, shadowy figure appeared on screen, sitting in the corner, clutching a blanket tightly. It was unmistakably a young girl, maybe 8 or 9, her face obscured by tangled hair. She rocked slowly, silently, surrounded by stuffed animals. "Oh my God," Will whispered hoarsely. Could it be her, Maddie?" My chest tightened painfully. It has to be. We stared in silent horror as the footage continued, watching Maddie move quietly around the room, occasionally looking toward the camera, as if aware she was being watched. Suddenly she stood quickly, startled, backing into a corner as a figure entered the frame. Janet. Will gasped quietly, his eyes wide with disbelief. We watched silently as Janet approached Maddie, placing a plate of food on the ground. Maddie shrank away fearfully, not speaking, not moving until Janet left the room again, locking the door behind her. Will leaned back slowly, his face ashen. They've kept her hidden down there for years. I nodded slowly, dread flooding through me. They never let her go. They never told anyone. Will buried his face in his hands, voice shaking. "What are we supposed to do now?" Before I could answer, footsteps sounded behind us. We turned sharply to see Robert standing in the doorway, his face dark, eyes cold and dangerous. "You shouldn't have done that," he said softly, stepping slowly into the room, blocking our exit. Robert stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the dim hallway light behind him. The quiet menace in his posture chilled me to the bone, and the expression on his face was one I had never seen: calm, cold, utterly controlled anger. He stepped forward slowly, filling the doorway, and folded his arms. It was clear he'd seen exactly what we were looking at on the computer screen. "Will," Robert said quietly, his voice a heavy mixture of disappointment and warning, "I thought you knew better. We raised you to respect our privacy, our rules." Will stood slowly, facing his father, his expression wavering between fear and betrayal. "Dad, please, you have to explain this. You have a child locked in our basement. Maddie, you've kept her hidden for years." Robert didn't flinch, didn't look away. "You're misunderstanding the situation, son. Maddie is safe here, protected." Will shook his head sharply, clearly horrified. "Protected? You mean trapped, hidden? This isn't protection, Dad. It's cruelty. Why would you ever do this?" I remained frozen beside Will, barely breathing, hoping Robert would continue talking. If we were going to get out of this, we needed him distracted. Robert's eyes moved slowly to mine, hardening further. "Clara, I'm sorry you had to become involved in this. You were never meant to know." I swallowed hard, forcing my voice steady, despite the fear clawing at my chest. "But I do know, and we can't pretend otherwise. You've been keeping her prisoner, your family fostered her, then lied when she went missing. This isn't normal, Robert." Robert sighed, glancing briefly at the floor before meeting my eyes again. "It's not what you think. Maddie came to us already broken, traumatized from experiences you can't even imagine. We took her in, tried to help her, but she was troubled, dangerous. She'd hurt herself, hurt others. She didn't respond to treatment or therapy. After a while, there was nowhere else to send her." I shook my head in disbelief. "So your solution was to lock her away, pretend she vanished?" He held my gaze firmly. "Our solution was to protect her and others from harm. We made sacrifices to keep her safe, to keep her away from prying eyes and judgment." "Safe?" Will's voice cracked, strained with disbelief and horror. "She's down there alone, scared, living like an animal." Robert's expression softened slightly, showing a flash of genuine sadness. "We tried everything else, therapy, medication, specialists, but nothing worked. Maddie wasn't meant for the world outside these walls. Downstairs, she's cared for, fed, monitored. Janet takes care of her every need." "She's your prisoner," Will whispered, stepping closer, eyes blazing with anger and pain. "No matter how you justify it, it's wrong." Robert shook his head slowly, his voice quiet yet forceful. "Sometimes the right thing doesn't look the way you expect. If Maddie were out there, she'd be institutionalized, abandoned by everyone. At least here, she has a home, stability, a family." Will's fists clenched, his entire body shaking with rage. "This isn't family, it's imprisonment. You taught us to be honest, decent. But all this time, you were lying, hiding a child in our basement, pretending everything was normal. What else have you lied about?" Robert's jaw tightened sharply, eyes flashing dangerously. "Be careful, son. You have no idea how difficult this has been for your mother, for me. The sacrifices we've made." "Sacrifices?" Will said bitterly, voice trembling. "Like sacrificing our integrity, our humanity? I can't believe I ever trusted you." Robert took another step forward, voice hardening once more. "That's enough. I understand your shock, but you'll see it differently once you've calmed down. Clara, you're going to stay here for now. We'll discuss how to handle this later." I shook my head sharply, panic flooding through me again. "You can't keep me here. People know where I am. My family, friends, they'll notice if I don't return." Robert's gaze softened, though only slightly. "You misunderstand. No one is harming you, Clara. But we need you to stay until we sort this out. You need to understand how important secrecy is. Everything we've done is to protect our family, Maddie included." "Dad, please," Will whispered desperately, clearly sensing the threat behind Robert's words. "Let Clara leave. She won't tell anyone. I promise." Robert's eyes never left mine, carefully weighing my reaction. "She knows too much, Will. She's seen things no one outside the family has ever seen." Will moved protectively between us, shielding me. "Then we'll leave together. Clara and I will both go. You won't have to worry about either of us again." Robert's jaw tightened even more, the silence stretching between us painfully. Finally, he sighed deeply, the tension easing just slightly. "I'm sorry, son, but I can't let either of you leave. Not yet. You'll stay here until I'm certain you understand the consequences." He stepped closer, hand raised slightly as if to calm us. "Go back to your room, rest, give yourself time to think clearly. Tomorrow, we'll discuss this rationale as a family." He moved aside slightly, motioning toward the hallway, a quiet but firm gesture that made it clear refusal wasn't an option. I exchanged a desperate glance with Will, who squeezed my hand tightly. There was no choice, not right now. We moved past Robert slowly, my heart racing, eyes fixed firmly on the floor as we passed him, feeling his stare follow us out of the office. Once we were back upstairs, Will shut the bedroom door, leaning against it heavily. His breathing was ragged, eyes haunted. He met my gaze with raw pain. "I'm so sorry, Clara. I had no idea." I took his hand, squeezing it gently. "It's not your fault, Will, but we have to find a way out of here. They're not going to let us leave willingly." He nodded slowly, his eyes suddenly determined again. "I know. Tonight, when they're asleep, we'll go straight to the police. We'll show them the footage. They'll have to believe us." I hesitated, dread churning in my stomach. "Will they? Your parents are respected here. They might dismiss us as crazy, especially if your family denies everything." He shook his head firmly. "The footage doesn't lie. We have proof. We just need to get out of here with it." We waited silently for hours, listening for any signs of movement in the house. When it finally fell silent, we cautiously slipped from the bedroom once more, moving quickly toward the office. But this time, we froze at the bottom of the stairs, our hearts stopping. The office door stood open, light pouring out into the dark hallway. Robert sat at his desk, waiting, the footage already playing silently behind him. He raised his eyes slowly, meeting ours without surprise. "I had hoped you wouldn't try this," he said quietly, voice filled with genuine regret. "Now we'll have to do this the hard way." Before we could react, footsteps approached rapidly from behind. We turned sharply just as Janet stepped forward, a needle in her hand, eyes wide and sorrowful. "I'm sorry," she whispered softly, stepping toward us, "but it's for your own good." My heart stopped as Janet moved swiftly toward us, the needle glinting ominously under the dim hallway light. Before either of us could react, Robert was already on his feet, stepping out from behind the desk, his face stern and controlled. "Don't fight this," Janet pleaded quietly, her voice shaking slightly as she approached Will. "Please, Will. Honey, it won't hurt. It'll just help you sleep. When you wake up, everything will make sense again." Will backed away instinctively, eyes wide with disbelief and betrayal. "Mom, no. Please don't do this." But she stepped forward resolutely, determination replacing the sorrow in her gaze. "You left us no choice. We tried to do this gently. We tried to protect you from the truth for your own sake, but you kept pushing." Her eyes flashed to mine, full of regret and frustration. "And now you've dragged Clara into it. We can't risk everything we've worked so hard to protect." Before I could move or scream, Robert stepped behind me, gripping my arms firmly, holding me in place. I struggled violently, but his grasp was iron-tight, unyielding. I watched helplessly as Janet quickly took hold of Will's arm, pressing the needle expertly into his shoulder. He flinched, gasping softly in pain, his eyes locking onto mine for a final panicked second. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice thick with despair, before his eyelids fluttered closed, and he collapsed limply into Janet's waiting arms. My heart shattered, tears spilling helplessly down my cheeks. "What did you do to him?" I cried, trying desperately to wrench free from Robert's grip. "You can't do this." Janet turned her gaze back to me, remorseful but resolute. "He'll be fine, Clara. He'll sleep for a few hours. When he wakes up, we'll explain everything again. He'll understand why we've had to do these things, why Maddie has to stay hidden." I stared at her in horror, unable to believe what I was hearing. "Understand? You've imprisoned a child. Now you've drugged your own son. You're out of your minds." Janet flinched visibly, hurt flickering through her eyes. But Robert's grip only tightened, his voice stern beside my ear. "We didn't want this, Clara. You forced our hand. If you'd stayed out of things, none of this would have happened." "Stayed out of things," I snapped, anger temporarily overpowering my fear. "You mean ignored the little girl trapped in your basement? Pretended your lies were okay?" Janet gently laid Will onto the sofa in the office, brushing his hair from his forehead with a motherly tenderness that seemed disturbingly at odds with her actions. She straightened, turning back toward me slowly, expression carefully blank. "Maddie wasn't the first," she admitted quietly, eyes holding mine steadily. "This family has been caring for troubled children for years. We took them in when no one else would. Maddie was special but complicated. She couldn't handle the outside world, Clara. She was dangerous to herself, to others. So your solution was locking her away forever." My voice trembled, disgust dripping from every word. Robert answered for her, his tone firm and defensive. "You don't understand. Maddie wasn't just troubled. She was violent, unpredictable. She hurt herself, attacked other kids at school. We tried therapy, medication, specialists. Nothing worked." Janet stepped closer, imploring me to see reason in her twisted logic. "We saved her from institutions, foster homes where she'd be mistreated or forgotten. Downstairs, Maddie has a home, food, warmth, family. She's safe, and the world is safe from her." My stomach churned violently. "You're justifying imprisonment. You drugged your son. You're manipulating everyone around you." Robert sighed heavily, frustration evident. "We never wanted Will to know. We never wanted him involved. He was supposed to stay unaware, protected. You complicated that. Now we have to decide what to do with you." My blood ran cold. "Do with me." Janet's expression shifted to pity, mingled with sadness. "You know too much, Clara. You can't leave, not now. If you tell anyone, our entire family will be destroyed. Maddie would be institutionalized. Everything we've built, everything we've sacrificed, will have been for nothing." I struggled again, desperate panic flooding my veins. "People will come looking for me. You can't hide me here. Someone will notice I'm gone." Robert shook his head grimly. "We'll make it believable. Your family and friends will think you simply chose to stay here longer. We'll keep your phone active, reply to texts for you. Eventually, we'll make it look like you moved away, started fresh somewhere else. Tears blurred my vision, despair washing over me. They had planned this thoroughly, coldly. Janet reached gently toward my face, wiping a tear softly from my cheek. Please, Clara, make this easy for yourself, for we'll cooperate with us. We'll make sure you're comfortable, safe. In time, you'll understand. My voice cracked, quiet with defeat. I'll never understand. You're monsters. Robert sighed heavily, guiding me toward the hallway again. I hoped you'd see reason. Unfortunately, it seems we'll need to keep you restrained for now. Panic surged anew as he led me down the hall toward another small room, this one on the first floor, a rarely used guest room. He ushered me inside gently but firmly, shutting the door behind him. Before I could react, I heard the lock click firmly into place. The room was comfortable but sparse, a single bed, a small desk, a window with heavy curtains. I ran to the window immediately, trying desperately to open it, but it had been sealed shut. My heart sank as reality crashed heavily around me. I was trapped. Hours dragged on, marked only by my growing panic. I paced the small room, thoughts racing. Was Will okay? Was Maddie? Did anyone outside suspect the truth about this twisted family? Eventually, the door unlocked softly. Janet entered, carrying a tray of food and water. She placed it carefully on the small desk, eyes gentle but wary. Clara, she began softly, hesitating as if choosing her words carefully. I know this is difficult, frightening, but fighting won't help. Please eat something. Rest. Where's Will? I demanded sharply. She sighed, sitting slowly on the edge of the bed. Sleeping. He's safe. When he wakes, we'll talk again. Explain everything clearly. He'll understand eventually, just as you will. I shook my head bitterly. I won't. I'll never accept this. Her eyes softened sadly. I didn't either at first. But family is complicated, Clara. We do things we never imagined to protect the people we love. Eventually, even the darkest choices become easier. She stood slowly, moving toward the door again, pausing just before leaving. Please, think about it. The sooner you cooperate, the sooner you'll have a life here. Refuse, and we'll do what's necessary. The door locked again, leaving me alone with the echo of her words and the crushing weight of my reality. I sank slowly onto the bed, heart heavy, mind racing. I knew beyond doubt that my only hope of survival lay in escaping. But how when every door was locked, every window sealed? Yet, deep down, beneath despair and fear, something stronger stirred determination. They couldn't break me. I wouldn't let them. One way or another, I would find a way out. I barely slept that night. My thoughts raced relentlessly, torn between fear, desperation, and a determination I couldn't quite explain. Every sound in the house, every creak of the floors, whisper of voices through the walls, set my pulse racing. The small guest room had become a cell, a beautifully furnished cage that offered no comfort, only isolation. I stared blankly at the sealed window, knowing I had to find another way out. Just after dawn, the door opened again. This time it was Janet, looking weary, her gentle face etched deeply with exhaustion and worry. In her hands was a tray of breakfast food toast, fruit, a steaming mug of coffee. It smelled inviting, but the sight of her filled me only with dread. "How are you feeling?" she asked softly, setting the tray down beside me. "How do you think?" I responded bitterly, glaring at her. "I'm locked in a room. You've kidnapped your own son. You've kept a child prisoner. None of this is okay." She sighed deeply, sitting across from me on the edge of the bed. "I know how it looks, but Clara, everything we've done—" "Stop," I interrupted sharply. "No more explanations. You can't justify this." She stared at me, her eyes glistening slightly with tears. "Maybe not, but we did it to protect our family. When Maddie came to us, we loved her, but she couldn't be part of the world outside. Every attempt to help her ended badly. We made terrible choices, yes, but always for her sake. And now, for yours and Will's too." I shook my head, refusing to listen. "You drugged your son. You imprisoned an innocent child. Don't pretend this was ever about protecting anyone but yourselves." Janet stood quietly, clearly shaken by my words. She looked away, unable to meet my eyes any longer. "I'm sorry it had to come to this, Clara, but if you refuse to see reason, there's nothing more we can do." As she turned to leave, I called out desperately, "Please, at least let me see Will. Let me know he's okay." She hesitated, then slowly nodded. "All right, but only for a few minutes." Moments later, Will entered the room. He looked exhausted, disheveled, his eyes haunted with guilt and confusion. Janet stayed outside the door, leaving it slightly ajar, listening to every word we said. "Are you okay?" I asked gently, my voice shaking. Will sat beside me, his hands trembling. "I'm so sorry, Clara. I had no idea they would do this. I don't even know who they are anymore." "It's not your fault," I assured him quietly, taking his hand. "But we need a plan. We can't stay here. They're desperate, Will. Who knows what they'll do next?" He nodded slowly, squeezing my hand reassuringly. "I know. Last night, when they thought I was unconscious, I overheard them talking. They said they needed to move Meta, take her somewhere else, away from here, because of us. We don't have much time." I glanced quickly at the open door, then leaned closer. "If they're moving her, we have one chance. They'll be distracted. We have to get out and get help." Will agreed, determination sparking again in his eyes. "Tonight, we'll make our move then. Be ready." As promised, the opportunity came just after midnight. Through the wall we heard faint noises, footsteps, whispers, and the basement door opening. My heart pounded. It was now or never. Moments later, Will quietly unlocked my door with a key he'd stolen from his father's desk earlier that day. We moved silently into the hallway, listening carefully. "They're downstairs," he whispered urgently. "Maddie's room is empty. They're loading her into the car. Let's go." Hand in hand, we crept through the dark house, every step tense, every shadow feeling like a threat. At the front door we hesitated, breathless with fear. This was it, the moment we escaped, or were caught again. I turned the handle slowly, wincing as the door creaked slightly. Outside, the cold night air greeted us sharply. But just as freedom seemed within reach, headlights snapped on, blinding us. Robert stood beside the car in the driveway, Janet holding Maddie tightly by her side. Maddie was pale, small, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. Janet's face was tear-streaked, pleading silently for us to understand. Robert's expression was cold, resigned. "You can't run from this," Robert warned sternly, stepping forward. "This ends now." But before either of us could respond, flashing red and blue lights filled the street. Police cars pulled quickly into the driveway, officers emerging swiftly. Janet cried out, panicked. Robert looked momentarily stunned, his composure finally breaking. "Put your hands up," an officer commanded sharply. "Step away from the girl." Relief flooded through me as we stepped toward the officers. Robert and Janet hesitated, frozen by shock and disbelief. As the police approached, one officer took Maddie gently into his arms, soothing her quietly. Janet broke down, sobbing quietly as handcuffs were placed around her wrists. As the chaos settled, an officer explained. Earlier, after Will had woken from the sedative, he'd managed to sneak a message from his father's phone to the local police, sending them a brief but urgent plea for help. They'd arrived just in time to witness our attempted escape, confirming the disturbing story we had to tell. The next several weeks passed in a blur of police interviews, statements, and news coverage. Will's parents faced charges: kidnapping, imprisonment, endangering a child. Maddie was moved to a specialized care facility, receiving proper help and support for the first time in years. Will was shattered emotionally, but resolved to rebuild his life on his own terms. Finally, the day came when we left that town behind, the place that had nearly broken us both. As we drove away, Will reached over, taking my hand gently. "Thank you," he said softly, his voice rough with emotion. "You saved me, Clara. Saved Maddie, too. I don't know how I'll ever repay you." I squeezed his hand tightly, looking out at the open road ahead of us. Freedom finally ours again. "You don't have to repay me. We survived together. That's enough." In the months that followed, life slowly returned to normal, or as normal as it could be. Maddie gradually recovered, learning to trust again in the safety of her new home. Will and I continued to heal, supporting each other every step of the way. Yet, despite everything, sometimes at night, when the house was quiet and shadows played tricks on the walls, memories lingered. Memories of that hidden room, the secrets and lies that nearly destroyed us all. But with each passing day, those shadows faded a little more, and eventually, all that remained was the strength we found within ourselves, the courage to face darkness head-on, the resilience to move forward, and the promise of brighter days ahead. We'd escaped, we'd survived, and at last we were free. I didn't even want that extra shift tonight. When my manager asked me, I almost said no, but then I remembered rent was due soon, and I didn't have much choice. Still, clocking out past midnight at a rundown diner off Route 27 wasn't exactly my idea of a good time. As I walked across the parking lot to my old Nissan, I felt the usual unease that came from being out late alone. It wasn't paranoia exactly, just an awareness that I was vulnerable. I'd been working at Stella's diner for almost 3 months, and nothing bad had happened yet. But there was always that first time, wasn't there? I glanced around the parking lot, empty as usual. A faint buzz from the neon sign overhead, moths dancing around its dim glow. quiet enough to make you nervous. Sliding into the driver's seat, I locked the doors quickly, force of habit. The engine sputtered a bit, like always, before finally humming to life. I turned onto the main road, heading towards the stretch of rural highway that separated town from the small apartment complex I'd moved into a few months back. Driving home had always made me anxious. There were long stretches with no lights, nothing but trees and fields on either side. Tonight, though, I was more tired than scared. I turned the radio on low, hoping the music would calm my nerves. About 10 minutes into the drive, I saw a pair of headlights appear behind me. At first, I didn't pay much attention. Cars passed through here occasionally, even late at night. But after a couple miles, I realized the lights hadn't moved back or forward, just stayed there, pacing me. They were dimmed slightly, and the car, whatever it was, had no front license plate. My heart picked up speed a little. I tried to shake it off. It was probably nothing, just another driver headed the same direction. But each minute that passed made that explanation less believable. After a while, my fingers tightened on the wheel. The car still hovered behind me, close enough to make it uncomfortable, but far enough away to keep its details hidden. I accelerated gently, hoping they'd either fall behind or decide to pass. They sped up too, maintaining exactly the same distance. "All right," I whispered nervously. "Let's see how far you're willing to go." Up ahead, I knew there was a gas station off the next exit, small, brightly lit, comforting. I took the turn slowly, watching the mirror carefully. The car didn't follow me off the exit, but as I pulled into the station and parked near the pumps, I could see it clearly. Just waiting on the shoulder, about half a mile down the road, its headlights dimmed even further now. It was a dark sedan, impossible to identify in the shadows. My mouth went dry. They weren't even trying to hide. Inside the gas station, the clerk barely glanced up from his magazine. A teenage kid, face bored and tired. "Can I help you?" he mumbled, flipping the page. "No, just, bathroom?" "Back corner," he nodded, not bothering to look at me. I walked to the bathroom, pulse still thumping. I splashed cold water onto my face, trying to steady my breathing. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just some kids messing around. I called my sister twice, but each call went straight to voicemail. She was probably asleep. I took a deep breath and stepped back into the store. "Everything all right?" the kid asked. This time he looked at me closely, his gaze lingering a second too long. "Yeah, just tired." My voice came out shakier than I intended. Back outside, the car was still there, watching. I felt anger mix with the fear. Who did they think they were, doing this? Determined, I got back into my Nissan and headed in the opposite direction, deciding to loop back around town. I knew the back roads well enough to confuse them. But as I navigated the winding, narrow lanes, my stomach sank. A familiar set of dim headlights appeared behind me once again. Impossible, but unmistakable. They'd found me easily. I gripped the wheel harder, knuckles white, trying not to panic. This wasn't random. Someone wanted something. I'd heard horror stories about situations like this, warnings whispered at work, but I never thought it would actually happen to me. Think. I had to think. Up ahead was the local police station. small but staffed around the clock. They'd help. They had to. The sight of the old brick building with a police cruiser parked out front flooded me with relief. I pulled into the lot quickly and practically ran inside, glancing back one last time. The mysterious car passed slowly, never pausing. I exhaled shakily, feeling the fear finally begin to drain away. I'd made it. Inside the small station, fluorescent lights flickered softly overhead. An officer sat at the front desk, sipping from a mug, staring at a computer monitor. He glanced up when he heard the door. "Late night?" He offered a half smile, his eyes tired but friendly enough. "I think someone was following me," I stammered, words tumbling out in a rush. "They followed me all the way here." He leaned forward, expression suddenly more alert. "Really? Can you describe the car?" It was a dark sedan, no plates, dim headlights. They followed me from the diner I work at, Stella's on 27. His expression shifted slightly, a flicker of recognition crossing his eyes before it vanished. "Stella's, huh? You new in town?" I hesitated, caught off guard by his casual tone. Yeah. Moved here a few months ago. Is that important?" He shrugged lightly, glancing briefly out the window towards the road. "Just curious. People notice strangers around here. Not much happens, so when something does, everyone knows." I nodded slowly, unease creeping back into my chest. He seemed distracted, glancing outside repeatedly, as if waiting for something or someone. "I'm going to use the restroom real quick, okay?" I asked, my voice thin. He nodded, still watching me carefully. "Sure, back on the left." Once inside, I locked the door immediately. My heart racing again, I dialed my sister one last time, hoping desperately she'd pick up. Just as her voicemail began, the bathroom door swung open sharply, the lock useless. The officer stood there, calm but unsmiling, blocking the doorway. "They said you might stop here," he said quietly. And suddenly, I knew with chilling certainty that this night was far from over. My heart hammered against my ribs as the phone slipped through my fingers and crashed to the tiled floor. It cracked loudly, the screen shattering into a spiderweb of broken glass. The officer's eyes flicked downward at the noise, then back up to meet mine. He still wore the calm, unreadable expression from moments before, but something in his stare now made me feel exposed, cornered. "They've been watching you since you moved here," he said quietly. He didn't step forward or threaten me openly. He didn't have to. His presence alone was enough to paralyze me. "You've been here a few months, but you keep to yourself. No friends in town, no connections. People around here notice that." I took a shaky breath, willing my voice not to tremble. "Who are they, and what do you want with me?" He leaned casually against the doorframe, his arms folded across his chest. It was the kind of easy posture someone might adopt while chatting with a friend about the weather not confronting a frightened woman trapped in a bathroom. That casualness terrified me more than outright aggression would have. "You see, this town isn't like other places. People here take care of each other. We notice strangers, especially ones who don't fit." He tilted his head slightly, studying me as though I was a puzzle he was struggling to solve. "You're a stranger." "I don't understand," I whispered. barely able to push the words out past the tightness in my throat. I've never bothered anyone. I work, I go home, that's all I do. That's exactly the problem, he replied evenly. You never made an effort to belong. You're still an outsider. And people here, they like to know who's passing through, who's staying, who's safe. I glanced desperately around the tiny bathroom, looking for any possible escape route, but there was nothing. A small window sat high on the wall, too narrow and far too high up to offer any real hope. My only way out was through him. He must have seen the panic rise in my eyes because he sighed softly, shaking his head as if disappointed. Look, if you cooperate, things will be easier. They asked me to make sure you stayed here until they came back. Just answer a few questions, that's all. Questions. My voice sounded distant, hollow to my own ears. What kind of questions? Simple ones. He gestured toward the sink. Like, why are you here? Where'd you come from? What are you running from? People don't come to towns like ours without a reason. I'm not running from anything, I insisted weakly, but even as the words came out, they felt untrue. Maybe I hadn't admitted it to myself, but moving here had been an escape, an attempt to leave behind the mess I'd made of my life elsewhere. It wasn't a dark secret, but it wasn't something I'd ever spoken about either. He smiled slightly, as if sensing my hesitation. That's what they all say at first, but there's always something. Nobody ends up here by accident. The sudden sound of the police station's front door opening jolted us both. The officer straightened instantly, listening intently as heavy footsteps echoed down the hall toward us. "Hey, Bobby, you got her in there," a gruff voice called out. I recognized the voice as belonging to another officer, older sounding, harsher. Bobby stepped back from the doorway, still watching me carefully. "Yeah, she's right here." Another figure appeared in the doorway behind him, a taller man, broad-shouldered, with hard eyes that swept over me in an instant, appraising me like livestock. "Is she talking yet?" "Not much," Bobby answered quietly. The taller officer sighed, stepping closer to me. He stood a foot taller than Bobby, intimidating even in silence. "Listen carefully," he said sharply, authority dripping from each syllable. "This doesn't have to be hard. You tell us what you're doing here, exactly why you chose our town, and who you really are, and maybe you'll leave this building in one piece." My chest tightened. "I'm exactly who I say I am. I swear to you. I just needed a fresh start." His gaze darkened. "Fresh start from what?" "My life," I whispered, voice breaking. "I had trouble at home. Money, relationships, everything fell apart. I chose this place at random on a map. I thought it seemed quiet, safe." The two officers exchanged a glance. The taller man snorted derisively. "See, that's the problem. Everyone thinks places like this are safe. Quiet towns, friendly neighbors. But towns like ours have to work at staying safe, and we don't like strangers who refuse to be known." "I'll leave," I said quickly, panic threading through my voice. "Tonight, right now. You'll never see me again, I promise." "It's not that simple anymore," Bobby said softly, almost apologetically. "You know too much. You've seen too much." My head spun with confusion. "I haven't seen anything. I don't understand any of this." The taller officer stepped forward until his shadow fell over me completely. "You noticed the car tonight, didn't you? The one following you." Most people wouldn't even realize they were being watched. But you noticed. You reacted. That means you're hiding something, or you're smart enough to know when you're being hunted. I shook my head, tears stinging my eyes. I'm not hiding anything. I was just scared. Exactly, Bobby murmured from behind the taller man. Fear means awareness, and we can't have people who pay attention passing through without keeping tabs on them. Keeping tabs? I asked, dread pooling in my stomach. You can call it insurance, the taller officer said calmly. We make sure anyone who knows about us doesn't leave without an understanding. You'll stay here tonight while we figure out what to do with you. No, I said faintly, backing against the wall. You can't do this. People know I'm here. My sister. She won't find you, Bobby said gently, shaking his head. No one ever does. People disappear from towns like this all the time. It's just a story on the news somewhere else. The taller man smiled coldly. Welcome home. They both stepped away then, closing the door firmly behind them. I heard the soft click of the lock from the other side. I sank slowly to the cold tile floor, trying desperately to control the trembling that shook my entire body. In the silent, empty bathroom, I finally understood. The car that followed me wasn't just intimidation, it was a test, and I had failed. Now, trapped inside the station, surrounded by people who had decided I was theirs to keep, I knew with certainty I might never leave this town alive. I sat alone on the cold bathroom floor, my breathing ragged, my mind racing through every possible escape scenario. The cracked phone lay beside me, its broken screen flickering faintly in the dim fluorescent light. I stared at it desperately, as if sheer willpower might somehow repair it and let me call for help. But it was useless. They had trapped me here, and my chances of getting out on my own felt terrifyingly slim. I pulled my knees close to my chest, trying to stop shaking, trying to think clearly. What was this place? Who were these people? I'd moved here precisely because it was quiet, because nothing ever happened. Now it felt like that quiet had been a deliberate illusion, a mask to hide something sinister underneath. I listened carefully at the door, straining to hear any snippets of conversation between the officers, any clue as to what they planned to do next. Their voices were muffled but audible, drifting in low, cautious tones from the station's main room. Can't just let her leave. She already knows too much, the taller officer said. His voice carried authority, a cold pragmatism that chilled me to the bone. Bobby replied, quieter, almost hesitant. But what are we supposed to do? She hasn't actually done anything. Maybe she really is just a normal person passing through. That's not your call, the other man snapped sharply. The rules exist for a reason. Anyone who suspects something is off here can't be allowed to go. My stomach churned at his words. What exactly were they hiding in this town that justified kidnapping or worse? What rules was he talking about? I pressed my ear tighter against the door, desperate to catch anything else useful, but their conversation trailed off into silence. The station was quiet again, except for the faint buzzing of the overhead lights. That quiet was somehow more oppressive than the arguing had been. I forced myself to stand up, ignoring the shakiness in my legs. Sitting on the floor wouldn't help. I had to find another way out. Moving quietly, I examined the tiny room again. The high window above the sink was still there, narrow but just big enough that I might squeeze through. But the window was at least 8 feet off the floor, higher than I could comfortably reach. I glanced around, my eyes landing on the cheap plastic trash can near the sink. It wouldn't support my weight long, but maybe long enough to climb through if I was fast. I grabbed it, placing it upside down beneath the window, and tested it gingerly with one foot. It shifted a bit, unsteady beneath me, but held. I took a deep breath, my pulse racing again, and stepped carefully onto it, bracing myself against the cold porcelain sink. Stretching upward, I just managed to grab the metal latch of the window, turning it slowly to avoid making any noise. My heart skipped as it creaked slightly. I froze, holding my breath, waiting for any sign the officers had heard. Seconds passed, nothing. I exhaled softly and pushed the window outward, wincing again at the soft squeal of the hinges. But no one came. Cool night air rushed in, fresh and inviting, filling my lungs and renewing my hope. I could see the dark parking lot behind the building, quiet and empty. Freedom was only inches away. I reached up further, gripping the sill tightly with both hands, preparing to haul myself up and through the small opening. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the hallway again, heavy and purposeful, heading toward the bathroom door. Panic surged through me like electricity. My fingers lost their grip momentarily, and I slipped backward off the trash can. I caught myself awkwardly against the wall, gasping in pain as my ankle twisted sharply beneath me. The bathroom door rattled loudly. "Everything all right in there?" Bobby's voice asked firmly. "Fine," I managed to say, my voice strained. "I just lost my balance." He hesitated, the pause heavy and suspicious. "Step away from the door," he finally said, voice harder than before. "We're coming in." My heart sank as the lock clicked loudly and the door swung open again. Both officers stood there, expressions dark. Bobby glanced immediately at the window, then at the overturned trash can. His face tightened. "What were you planning exactly?" the taller officer asked coldly, his voice dangerously calm. "I just needed fresh air." I lied weakly, the words sounding pathetic even to me. He shook his head slowly. "That's your last mistake. You don't seem to realize how serious this is. We're not playing games here." "I told you," I said desperately, anger creeping into my fear. "I'm not a threat. I don't know anything about your town, your secrets. I just want to leave." "It's too late for that," he said sharply, stepping closer. "You already broke the trust we tried to offer. You attempted to escape. That's enough for us to know we can't ever let you leave." My chest tightened painfully at his words. "What are you going to do with me?" The taller officer glanced at Bobby, who was watching silently, his expression tense but resigned. "Take her downstairs. We'll keep her there until the others decide." Bobby nodded, stepping forward reluctantly. "Come on," he murmured quietly, reaching to grip my arm. "Don't make this harder." I jerked away instinctively, my ankle flaring with pain. "Please, you don't have to do this." He hesitated, looking away, unable to meet my pleading gaze. "I don't have a choice," he whispered, almost apologetically. "Neither do you." He took my arm again, firmer this time, guiding me toward the back of the station. I limped alongside him, glancing frantically around for anyone else who might help me, but the station was deserted. There were no witnesses, no one to see or care what was happening. He led me through a heavy metal door, down a narrow staircase that smelled damp and moldy. At the bottom was a dark hallway with several locked doors on each side, dim bulbs flickering weakly above us. He unlocked one, ushering me inside before stepping back out quickly. The room was tiny, bare concrete walls, and a single cot pushed against the far corner. No windows, no furniture beyond the bed. A prison cell, essentially. "You can't leave me here," I whispered, voice shaking. Bobby looked at me one last time, genuine regret visible in his eyes. "I'm sorry," he murmured quietly, almost too softly to hear. Then he closed the heavy door, locking it with a loud click that echoed through the empty hallway. I sank slowly onto the cot, despair closing in around me. I'd come here seeking safety, anonymity, a fresh start. Instead, I'd found a nightmare, trapped by people who saw my very presence as a threat. I knew deep down that if I didn't find a way out soon, I might never see daylight again. I sat motionless on the thin cot, shivering slightly as the damp chill of the basement seeped through my skin. It felt like hours since Bobby had locked me in, but without any window or clock, time didn't exist. My ankle throbbed faintly from the earlier fall, each pulse a sharp reminder of just how trapped I was. The silence down here was absolute, oppressive. I strained to hear any sound from upstairs, voices, footsteps, anything to suggest someone might still be around, but all I heard was my own ragged breathing and the steady hum of distant machinery. Probably the building's heating system, just another indifferent witness to my captivity. How had things come to this so quickly? Only a few hours ago I was finishing a shift at the diner, tired but completely unaware that my life was about to change. And now, here I was, locked in a basement beneath a police station in a town I'd foolishly thought would offer peace and anonymity. Instead, it had stripped away my freedom, my trust, and possibly even my future. I forced myself to stand up again, ignoring the shooting pain in my ankle. Limping slightly, I paced the tiny cell, tracing my fingertips along the rough concrete walls, searching for anything that might help me escape a loose brick, a hidden latch, anything. But the room had clearly been designed precisely for holding someone like me, someone they deemed a threat, and the walls gave away nothing. I slumped back onto the cot, defeated and exhausted. My thoughts spiraled, replaying everything Bobby and the other officer had said. They had spoken about rules, about watching strangers, but why? What were they so desperate to protect that they'd go to these lengths? The paranoia of a small town couldn't fully explain it. There had to be something more, something hidden beneath the surface of their quiet, carefully maintained lives. I had nearly fallen asleep, my mind clouded with hopelessness, when I heard a sound from outside the cell door, a faint metallic clicking, followed by footsteps approaching cautiously. My body tensed instantly, adrenaline flooding through me. The footsteps paused outside my door, and I held my breath, listening carefully. The lock scraped softly, and the door opened just enough to let a narrow sliver of dim hallway light enter. I stood up abruptly, bracing myself for whatever would come next. To my surprise, Bobby stepped inside, closing the door quietly behind him. He didn't switch on the light, leaving us both in near darkness, illuminated only by faint cracks of hallway light seeping beneath the door. His expression was tense, conflicted. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He held up his hands slightly, a calming gesture. "Just listen, okay? I don't have much time. They'll notice I'm gone." I eyed him warily, skeptical. "Why should I trust anything you say?" "You shouldn't," he admitted quietly. "But right now, I'm the only chance you've got." I crossed my arms, keeping a cautious distance. "Then tell me what's going on here. Why did they lock me up? What is this place hiding?" Bobby sighed deeply, rubbing his face with one hand, clearly exhausted. "This town, it's not normal. People come here to get away from something. You know that already. But it's more than that. People here like control. They like to know who's passing through. They like things to stay predictable, and when someone disrupts that, they panic." I shook my head slowly. "That's still not a reason to kidnap someone." "I know," Bobby murmured, a note of genuine shame creeping into his voice. "But once you're in this deep, there's no turning back. They think you know too much now. They think you're dangerous because you noticed what they were doing." "I don't know anything," I said desperately. "I was just scared." He nodded grimly. "Exactly. You reacted differently than others do. You didn't just shrug off the car following you. You went to the police. To them, that means you're observant, maybe too observant. That's why they decided to bring you in." I stared at him, incredulous. "So what? They're just going to keep me here forever?" He hesitated, looking uncomfortable. "Not exactly. They'll hold you until they figure out what you know. And after that," his voice trailed off. "What?" I pressed, fear climbing back into my throat. "What happens after that?" He looked away, unable to meet my eyes. "They'll do whatever it takes to keep the town safe, to keep their secrets safe." A chill ran through me, colder than anything the basement had offered so far. "You have to help me get out. Please, Bobby. You don't seem like them. You're not cruel." He laughed bitterly, the sound hollow and devoid of humor. "You think I have a choice in any of this? I'm just as trapped as you are. You're standing here right now. You opened the door. That's a choice." He looked at me for a long moment, his expression filled with conflict. I could see clearly that he was struggling with himself, his loyalties divided. Finally, he shook his head softly. "Fine. If I help you get out, you can never come back here. You can't call the police from another town. You have to disappear completely. Can you do that?" "Yes," I said quickly, relief surging through me. "Absolutely." He nodded, seemingly convinced. "All right. There's an exit at the end of the hallway. It leads outside, near the woods. Follow the tree line until you reach the old service road. It'll lead you back toward Route 27, but you need to move fast. Once they notice you're gone, they'll be after you." "What about you?" I asked, suddenly concerned for him despite everything he'd done. He shrugged helplessly. "I'll figure something out. Just go now before I change my mind." I didn't hesitate. He led me quietly down the dark hallway, past the locked doors that presumably hid others, and stopped at a rusted metal door marked maintenance. He unlocked it carefully, glancing nervously over his shoulder. "Once you're out there, keep moving. Don't stop for anything. And if anyone asks, you were never here. You never saw any of this." I nodded quickly, adrenaline already flooding through me again. "Thank you," I whispered genuinely, seeing the fear and guilt etched deeply into his face. "Don't thank me yet," he said, his voice grim. "You're not safe until you're far from here. Now go." I stepped into the cool night air, feeling freedom flood my lungs for the first time in hours. The trees loomed dark and silent ahead, offering both cover and a threat. Behind me, Bobby watched silently from the doorway, his figure silhouetted in the faint hallway light. I gave him one final nod, then turned and ran as best I could with my injured ankle, pushing through the pain, desperate to put as much distance between myself and the station as possible. As the darkness of the woods enveloped me, I allowed myself a brief surge of hope. I was out, free for now, but Bobby's warning echoed clearly in my mind. I wasn't safe yet. My lungs burned, my heartbeat thundered in my ears, and my injured ankle screamed with every step, but I couldn't stop running. Behind me, the police station's distant lights blurred into shadows beneath the tree line. Bobby's warning echoed relentlessly in my head. "You're not safe yet." Branches scraped at my face, snagged at my clothes, and every snapping twig beneath my feet made me jump, convinced that they were already behind me, already closing in. But each time I glanced back, the woods were empty, cloaked in darkness, and disturbingly silent. I finally slowed, panting and gasping, collapsing briefly against the rough trunk of an oak. I had no idea how far I'd run or how long I'd been stumbling through these woods, but I was far enough that the police station was no longer visible, even as a faint glow in the distance. Now, though, panic shifted into something colder, a deep realization that I was lost. Bobby had mentioned an old service road somewhere beyond the trees, but the thick woods stretched endlessly in every direction. I strained my ears for traffic noise, anything to guide me toward a road, but only silence filled the gaps between my ragged breaths. After a moment, I forced myself upright and limped forward carefully, each step hesitant but determined. Moonlight filtered weakly through the treetops, casting eerie shadows and making every shape appear sinister. My ankle throbbed more fiercely now, swollen and hot to the touch, but adrenaline kept me moving. I thought back to Bobby and wondered what would happen to him. He had helped me escape, knowing full well the risk. Why? Was it guilt? Or had he genuinely been trapped, too caught in something bigger and uglier than either of us could have imagined? The deeper I moved into the woods, the more oppressive they felt. The silence was unnatural. No birds, no rustling animals, just the endless crunch of my footsteps and my own uneven breaths. Anxiety crept up my spine, cold and unforgiving, whispering that I wasn't alone out here, that someone or something was watching from just beyond the shadows. Suddenly I froze. Ahead, through the trees, a faint beam of light pierced the darkness, flickering briefly, then disappearing again. My breath caught. Flashlights. Someone searching for me. My pulse quickened, and instinct took over. I ducked behind the nearest thick tree, pressing myself against the rough bark, trying to still my breathing. Voices drifted through the night, low and urgent, drawing closer. Two figures appeared, flashlight beams slicing through the dark, moving steadily through the brush. I crouched lower, every muscle tense, praying they wouldn't spot me. One voice carried softly on the night air. She couldn't have gone far. Bobby didn't have enough time to get her very deep into the woods. The other grunted quietly in reply. He's an idiot for letting her out. Thought he understood the rules better. My stomach twisted painfully. They knew. Bobby hadn't fooled them. How long had it taken them to notice I was missing? 10 minutes? 20? How long had I been stumbling through these woods, lost and directionless, giving them ample time to track me? Doesn't matter, the first voice said. Closer now. She'll be panicking, lost, easy to find. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to think. I couldn't run, not with my ankle. I had to hide, had to let them pass, then change direction. Quietly, I crept lower, sliding carefully onto my stomach behind the dense bushes and tangled roots. My fingers dug into the cool, damp earth as I pressed my body flat against the ground. The beams swept slowly closer, pausing occasionally as they scanned the underbrush, lighting up random patches of forest floor, each passing moment making it harder to breathe. Their voices were clear now, disturbingly calm, as if hunting down someone who dared to escape was just routine. Finally, the lights passed by, missing me by mere feet, and the sound of their steps receded gradually deeper into the forest. Relief washed through me, tempered by the grim reality of my situation. They were searching systematically and methodically. They wouldn't stop until I was found. I waited another few minutes, hardly daring to breathe, before slowly rising again. Now I moved more carefully, quieter, stepping lightly despite the constant fiery pain shooting through my ankle. I had to get out of the woods, had to find that service road Bobby had mentioned. Then, abruptly, my foot hit solid ground beneath the leaves, not earth, but asphalt. A rush of hope surged through me. I'd found the road. It was narrow and cracked, obviously long abandoned, but it was still a way out. Bobby had said this would lead me back toward Route 27. If I could get there, I could flag someone down, get help from outside the town. I moved along the road, faster now despite the pain, driven by newfound determination. The trees gradually thinned on either side, moonlight illuminating more of the cracked pavement ahead. Every step closer to escape pushed my fear further into the background, replaced by desperate hope. But my heart sank again when I noticed headlights approaching. They weren't coming fast, just slowly creeping up the narrow road, carefully illuminating patches of dark woods. Panic surged through me once more. They'd anticipated this. Of course they knew I'd try to find the road. I couldn't outrun a car, couldn't hide in plain sight. Frantically, I turned and stumbled back toward the tree line, but the headlights caught me fully, bathing me in harsh white light. I froze, knowing it was pointless to run now. The car stopped abruptly, doors opening quickly. Two figures stepped out, shadows stark against the glare of the headlights. I shielded my eyes, heart pounding furiously. One of them stepped forward slowly, the outline of his uniform unmistakable even in silhouette. "You're persistent, I'll give you that," the familiar voice said calmly, the taller officer. His tone wasn't angry or even frustrated, just matter of fact, almost impressed. But I warned Bobby, you'd be trouble. "I just want to leave," I pleaded desperately. "I don't want to cause any problems. Please." He shook his head, stepping closer. "It's too late for that. You're more trouble than we expected. People like you always causing complications, trying to change how things are done. I backed away slightly, feeling trapped by the harsh lights and their encroaching presence. Why are you doing this? What's so important you'd hurt someone to protect it? He hesitated briefly, sighing. This town has worked this way for decades. It's how we stay safe. You disrupt that, you risk everything. But what are you protecting? I whispered, desperation clear in my voice. He didn't answer, just glanced at the other figure, signaling with a slight nod. They moved quickly, grabbing me firmly by the arms, ignoring my struggles, and dragged me toward the waiting car. As they forced me inside, the taller officer leaned close, his voice low but oddly gentle. You had your chance. Now you belong to the town. The doors slammed shut, the sound echoing like a final judgment. In the suffocating silence inside the car, despair closed around me once again. I was trapped by a place that refused to let me go, and this time I knew deep in my gut that escape might never come again. The car ride back into town was unbearably silent. I sat wedged between the taller officer and Bobby, my wrists uncomfortably bound with zip ties, biting into my skin. I'd given up struggling after the first few minutes. It seemed pointless now. They had found me too easily. Everything I'd tried had only brought me back into their grip. Outside, the familiar streets slipped by slowly, quiet and deserted. The clock on the dashboard glowed faintly 4:15 a.m. The world was still asleep, unaware of the nightmare unfolding in their picturesque little town. My stomach churned as we passed Stella's diner, now dark and empty. The neon sign switched off. It felt symbolic, somehow, like my life here, brief and already extinguished. Eventually, we turned down a side street I didn't recognize. It led to a large house set back from the road, its facade faded, paint peeling, windows dark. A heavy feeling of dread pooled in my stomach as the car rolled to a slow stop in the gravel driveway. The taller officer got out first, opening my door and pulling me roughly from the vehicle. Bobby followed silently, eyes cast downward, refusing to look at me. "What is this place?" I whispered, my voice raw from exhaustion and fear. The taller officer didn't answer. Instead, he guided me firmly toward the house, Bobby trailing quietly behind. The front door swung open before we reached it, revealing a figure standing in the dimly lit entryway, an older woman, her gray hair neatly pulled back, expression stern but not unkind. "This her?" she asked calmly, assessing me with sharp, intelligent eyes. The officer nodded. "She gave us some trouble, tried to run, but we caught her." The woman stepped aside, motioning for us to enter. Inside, the house felt oddly normal, furnished neatly, walls lined with family portraits, giving no outward hint of the sinister truth behind it. They guided me down a narrow hallway and into a large room that looked like a home office. Books lined the shelves, and papers were neatly stacked on the desk. "Sit," the woman instructed gently but firmly. I obeyed slowly, sinking onto the edge of a wooden chair, my hands trembling slightly in my lap. Bobby stood silently near the door, avoiding my gaze, while the older officer positioned himself at the back of the room. "You must be very frightened," the woman began softly. Her voice carried genuine empathy. but I refused to let myself believe it was sincere, not after everything they'd done. "Who are you?" I asked cautiously. "What do you want with me?" She folded her hands carefully on the desk, watching me closely. "I suppose you deserve an explanation. My name is Margaret Thompson. I've lived in this town my entire life. In many ways, you could say I've kept it safe." "Safe?" I echoed bitterly. "Kidnapping people and terrorizing them is safe." Her eyes narrowed slightly, but her voice stayed even. "What we do here isn't pleasant, I admit, but it's necessary. Our town is safe precisely because we watch everyone who enters. If someone is dangerous, we know. If they're hiding something, we know. We protect each other. And yes, sometimes protecting each other means doing unpleasant things." "I wasn't hiding anything," I insisted weakly. "I was just scared. You followed me. You threatened me. I had every right to run." She tilted her head slightly, studying me. "You're right, of course. Your reaction was understandable. Unfortunately, it made you seem dangerous to the others. When you arrived here, you chose isolation. You didn't integrate. You raised suspicion, exactly what we strive to avoid." "Please," I whispered, desperation leaking into my voice, "just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I don't care about your secrets. I just want to leave." Margaret sighed quietly, looking genuinely regretful. "I'm afraid that's impossible now. You've seen too much. If you leave, you become a risk to everyone who lives here." "What are you going to do with me then?" I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Are you going to kill me?" Margaret's eyebrows knitted together slightly. "Kill you? No, of course not. Despite what you might think, we're not monsters. But you can't leave. Not ever." I stared at her, confusion and dread mingling inside me. "Then what? You're just going to keep me locked away forever?" She shook her head gently. "Nothing that extreme. You're going to become one of us, a part of the town. You'll live here, work here, belong here under supervision, of course." My breath caught. Supervision. She nodded calmly. "You'll be watched closely, but you'll be allowed a life. You'll have work, a home, even friends eventually. But if you ever try to leave, if you ever try to tell anyone outside this town what you've learned, well, you understand." I felt dizzy. They weren't going to kill me. They were going to force me into a life I never wanted, watched and controlled every moment. Imprisoned, but free enough to pretend I wasn't. "I can't," I whispered softly. "I can't live like that." Margaret stood slowly, walking around the desk to stand closer, her gaze softening slightly. "It's not ideal, but you'll adapt. Everyone does." Bobby adapted. She glanced toward Bobby, who finally lifted his head, shame clear in his eyes. "He was an outsider once, too. Just like you." I looked at Bobby, feeling a painful flicker of sympathy despite everything. He nodded slowly, sadness written clearly across his face. "You just stop fighting," he murmured quietly. "After a while, it starts to feel normal." Margaret gently touched my shoulder, her hand surprisingly warm, almost comforting. "We'll give you a new identity, a place to live, a new job. In a year, 2 at most, you won't even remember life was any different." Tears stung my eyes, blurring my vision. Was this really the only way forward? A life under constant watch, unable to leave, unable to speak freely but alive. Could I accept this as my fate? Margaret's gaze softened further. You have to choose, dear. Adapt or disappear. I'd strongly advise you choose the first. My heart ached fiercely, longing desperately for freedom, for escape. But I saw no other option. Fighting had only brought me back here again and again. Finally, with tears quietly slipping down my cheeks, I nodded. Margaret smiled gently, squeezing my shoulder reassuringly. Good girl, we'll take care of you. And so slowly my life became theirs. Months passed, and the memory of that night faded into a dull ache, never forgotten but tucked safely away, where it could no longer hurt me. I worked quietly, lived quietly, becoming just another face in town, another secret keeper. Eventually, it was my turn to watch the new arrivals, outsiders like I once was, to see their fear, their confusion, to know exactly what they'd soon face. But by then, I understood. The town protected itself, guarded its secrets fiercely, and as much as I hated it, I was a part of it. Like Bobby said, after a while it started to feel normal. And eventually, it became home. It was a typical Tuesday morning when I decided to head down to Brood Awakening, the small coffee shop on the corner just a few blocks from my apartment. I'd been freelancing from home for about 6 months, and the silence of my tiny apartment often became overwhelming. So every few days I would pack up my laptop, slip on my headphones, and settle down with an overpriced latte just for a change of scenery. The cafe was busier than usual that morning. Students from the nearby university crowded around tables, their faces illuminated by screens and their fingers rapidly typing away. I found the last available seat by the window, a spot that faced the busy sidewalk, but still offered some peace. I settled down, opened my laptop, and quickly lost myself in my latest project, a graphic design job for a small startup. I had been working quietly for about half an hour when I felt someone approach. Glancing up, I saw a man pulling out the empty chair across from me. He was tall, probably mid-30s, neatly dressed in jeans and a button-down shirt, nothing unusual, but somehow he seemed out of place. He offered me a polite smile, and before I could say anything, he eased into the seat. "Busy morning, huh?" he asked, breaking the silence with casual confidence. I nodded politely, offering a forced smile but deliberately keeping my eyes glued to my screen. I wasn't really in the mood for conversation, and his sudden appearance felt intrusive. But the man didn't seem bothered by my silence. "You do graphic design, right?" he continued, leaning forward slightly. The directness of his question immediately caught my attention. I paused my typing, feeling slightly uneasy. "I do freelance work," I answered carefully, keeping my voice neutral. "How did you?" "I've seen your portfolio." He interrupted casually, his tone strangely familiar, as if we were old acquaintances. "I was impressed, especially by the designs you did for Edge Marketing. Really creative stuff." A chill crept down my spine. Edge Marketing was my last full-time job before I had decided to go freelance. It had been almost a year since I'd worked there, and I rarely mentioned it to anyone these days, especially strangers. "Have we met before?" I asked cautiously, my voice betraying my unease. He smiled, calm but unsettling. "Not officially," he replied cryptically, his eyes fixed intently on mine. "But I feel like I already know you pretty well." My heart rate began to accelerate. Something about the way he spoke, his familiarity, made me deeply uncomfortable. I glanced around the cafe, hoping someone would notice our exchange, but everyone was absorbed in their own worlds. "I'm sorry," I said, quickly gathering my things. "I really have to go." Without waiting for a response, I stuffed my laptop into my bag, leaving half my latte on the table, and hurried toward the door. I glanced back once as I stepped outside. The man was still sitting there, calmly watching me through the window, his expression unreadable. As I started walking briskly down the sidewalk toward my apartment, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that I was being watched. I told myself I was being paranoid, but after several blocks, I turned back again. My stomach tightened as I saw the man about half a block behind me, hands casually in his pockets, walking at a leisurely pace, clearly not concerned about being noticed. Fear surged through me, and I quickened my pace, almost jogging as I navigated the final streets to my building. By the time I reached the front door, my heart was pounding in my chest, my hands trembling slightly as I fumbled to unlock it. Once inside, I closed the door quickly, locking both the main deadbolt and the chain lock. I leaned against the door for a moment, trying to catch my breath. It took a moment for me to notice the small piece of paper taped to the inside of my apartment door. My blood ran cold as I read the neatly printed words. "I'll be seeing you soon." My throat went dry, and I felt suddenly exposed, vulnerable. How had this gotten inside my building? Had he been here already? The thought of him inside, waiting for me, made my knees weak. Without thinking, I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped the phone. The dispatcher was calm and reassuring, promising to send officers immediately. Within minutes, 2 uniformed police officers were at my door, listening carefully as I recounted the terrifying events. They examined the note and asked detailed questions about the man from the cafe, taking careful notes. After checking my apartment thoroughly, they found no sign of forced entry or that anyone had been inside. But it did little to calm my nerves. "Do you have somewhere else you can stay tonight?" one of the officers asked gently, clearly sensing my fear. I nodded slowly, thinking of my friend Jenna, who lived across town. "You should pack a bag and stay there," the other officer advised firmly. "We'll file a report, and an officer will patrol the area frequently over the next few days. If you notice anything else, don't hesitate to call." I thanked them weakly, quickly packing a bag with essentials, feeling my hands tremble as I zipped it shut. When they left, they promised to keep an eye on things, but as I stepped outside again, I still felt exposed. Every corner seemed to hide danger now, every face unfamiliar and suspicious. By the time I reached Jenna's place, my nerves were frayed. I explained everything to her, and she listened carefully, concerned and supportive. That night, sleep didn't come easily. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw the man's calm, unsettling smile, and heard his quiet, confident voice telling me he'd been watching me. I made the decision right then that I had to move. The apartment no longer felt safe. My routine had been compromised, and my privacy violated. Over the next 2 weeks, I quickly found another place across town and made arrangements to leave my apartment behind. But as I packed my last box, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over yet. I wondered if leaving would truly keep me safe, or if the stranger who knew my name had only just begun to make himself known. After I moved to my new apartment across town, I tried my hardest to leave the unsettling encounter behind. For a few weeks, it seemed like the worst was over. I unpacked slowly, cautiously returning to my freelance work, trying to reclaim a sense of normalcy. Yet despite my efforts, I couldn't shake the persistent feeling that I was still being watched. Every unfamiliar face on the street, every noise in the hallway outside my new place, made my pulse quicken with anxiety. My friend Jenna checked in regularly, worried about how I was coping. She knew how shaken I'd been after the stranger confronted me. I assured her I was fine, not wanting to burden her further. But the truth was, each day felt like a cautious balancing act between convincing myself everything was normal and looking over my shoulder for any signs that it wasn't. About a month after moving in, I received an email from an unfamiliar address. Normally, I would have dismissed it as spam, but something made me pause. The subject line was short, yet chillingly familiar. "It's been too long." My heart began racing before I even opened the message. Taking a deep breath, I clicked it. Inside there was only a single sentence. "Did you really think moving would keep me away?" My fingers trembled as I stared at the words glowing on my screen. There was no name, no signature, just those 10 words, each one carefully chosen to terrify me. Fear surged through me, bringing back every memory I'd fought so hard to bury. I immediately called Detective Ramirez, the officer assigned to my case since the initial incident. Ramirez had taken my earlier report seriously and had been the one who advised me about relocating. He answered my call promptly, his voice calm but attentive. "It's happening again," I said urgently, struggling to keep my voice steady. "I just got an email from him. He's found me." Detective Ramirez asked me to forward the message immediately, promising to look into the source and increase patrols in my new neighborhood. He reminded me to stay vigilant, keep my doors locked, and not engage in any communication with the sender. "Can't you trace the email?" I asked desperately, feeling helpless. "We'll do everything we can," he assured me calmly. "In the meantime, stay alert. Call me directly if anything else happens." Days passed slowly, each one filled with tension and paranoia. I barely slept, staying up late checking the locks repeatedly, double-checking the windows and doors. I avoided going out, even skipping my usual trips to local cafes and grocery stores, relying instead on deliveries. My apartment, which was supposed to be a fresh start, had become my prison. Then, one evening, just after sunset, I received a package at my door. It had no return address, no label, just my name neatly written in bold letters. My stomach twisted into knots as I carried it carefully inside. Setting it on the kitchen counter, I stared at it, debating whether or not to open it. My hands shook as I finally tore through the tape, dread pooling in my chest. Inside the box, neatly placed on top of white tissue paper, lay a small leather-bound notebook. Its dark brown cover showed signs of frequent handling, edges worn and faded. My fingers brushed its surface cautiously, and I slowly opened it. My heart skipped as I saw familiar words scribbled on the first page, notes on my daily routine, details of where I'd been, people I'd seen, even conversations I'd had months ago. It was a diary meticulously documenting my life in disturbing detail. Each page contained precise timestamps, observations, and unsettling notes about things I never thought anyone else could notice. On one page, he described the exact outfit I'd worn on the day I moved into my new apartment. On another, a detailed account of a phone call I had with Jenna, including personal details no one else could know. I felt dizzy, violated, terrified beyond comprehension. He hadn't just been watching, he'd been obsessing over every aspect of my life, following me more closely than I'd ever imagined. I called Detective Ramirez again, my voice shaking uncontrollably as I explained the contents of the package. He arrived quickly, examining the notebook with a grave expression. After carefully flipping through several pages, he closed it slowly, his eyes serious but reassuring. "This is very concerning," he admitted, carefully placing the notebook into an evidence bag. "We're going to take this seriously. I promise we'll track this person down." He asked me to come to the station, where I gave a detailed statement, recounting everything from the coffee shop encounter to the diary I'd received. The police technician carefully examined the notebook for fingerprints or other clues. Detective Ramirez promised regular patrols and suggested additional security measures for my apartment, including installing a camera at my front door. Despite the detective's reassurances, I felt more vulnerable than ever. The diary had proven my stalker was not only close by, but deeply embedded in my daily life. I couldn't help but wonder how much he'd already infiltrated my world. Had he watched me from afar, or had he managed to get closer without me noticing? In the days following, I became increasingly cautious. I altered my schedule constantly, took different routes when walking outside, and kept blinds drawn at all times. Each evening, I'd check the new camera footage, anxiously scanning for anything suspicious. Yet each day ended the same: no sightings, no unusual activity, just hours of tense waiting and restless anxiety. Jenna offered to let me stay with her again, but this time I refused. I couldn't bear the thought of bringing danger to her doorstep. I was determined not to involve anyone else, though loneliness and fear became my constant companions. 2 weeks passed, filled with silence. I received no more emails, no packages, nothing unusual. I started to feel cautiously optimistic, hoping perhaps the intense police involvement had scared him off. But deep down, I knew better. This quiet was unsettling, like the calm before a storm. Then, late one night, just as I was finally drifting off to sleep, my phone buzzed loudly on the bedside table. I jolted awake, heart racing. The screen showed an unknown number. For a moment, I considered ignoring it, but fear compelled me to answer. "Hello," I whispered nervously, my breath catching. Silence greeted me at first, then a soft, familiar voice spoke clearly and calmly. "You shouldn't have involved the police. Now things have to change." The line went dead before I could respond, leaving me alone in suffocating silence. Panic gripped my chest, making it impossible to breathe. He knew the police were involved. He knew everything. My nightmare wasn't over, it had just escalated, and now I knew there was no turning back. After the phone call, I sat on the edge of my bed, feeling completely exposed. His voice kept replaying in my mind, quiet, controlled, and unsettlingly calm. He knew about the police. He knew about the investigation. His confidence terrified me. This wasn't someone who was afraid of being caught. It was someone who enjoyed the game. I called Detective Ramirez immediately, even though it was well past midnight. He answered on the second ring, his voice alert and professional despite the late hour. "He called me," I said urgently, voice shaking. "He knows everything. He said I shouldn't have involved you, that things have to change." Detective Ramirez was silent for a moment, clearly processing this new information. Finally, he spoke firmly. "We're going to find him. In the meantime, you shouldn't be alone tonight. Is there somewhere safe you can go?" "I'll call Jenna," I replied quietly, feeling a surge of guilt for involving her again, but I knew Ramirez was right. Staying alone was no longer an option. "Good. We'll have an officer check the perimeter of your apartment immediately," he assured me. "Call me the second anything else happens. We're not taking this lightly." Within minutes, a patrol car arrived outside my apartment. I watched from the window as two uniformed officers carefully examined the building, flashlights cutting through the darkness. Even with their reassuring presence, I felt vulnerable. After checking every lock again, I quickly packed another overnight bag and called Jenna, who answered immediately, sounding worried, yet relieved that I had reached out. "Stay on the phone until you get here," she instructed firmly, her voice comforting as I stepped outside. The night air felt heavy. The shadows along the street seemed darker than usual. My heart pounded with each step to my car, convinced I'd see him standing there, waiting. But the street remained empty, quiet except for the distant sound of traffic. The short drive to Jenna's apartment felt impossibly long. Every headlight behind me made me nervous, every parked car along the curb a potential hiding spot for him. Only when I parked safely outside her building and saw Jenna waiting anxiously by the door did I finally exhale. She hugged me tightly, pulling me inside quickly and locking the door behind us. "You're safe here," she reassured me, guiding me to her living room, where she'd already prepared blankets on the sofa. "The police will find him." But I couldn't share her optimism. This wasn't just a random stalker. It was someone who'd studied me, who'd invaded every corner of my life. I spent the night drifting in and out of restless sleep, haunted by the sound of his voice and the memories recorded in the diary he'd sent me. The next morning, Detective Ramirez called early, sounding determined. We traced the phone number from last night. He explained carefully. It was from a prepaid phone, bought anonymously, but we did confirm the location of the call, just 2 blocks from your apartment. My stomach tightened painfully at his words. He'd been watching, waiting just outside my home, carefully planning every step. Ramirez sensed my silence and quickly continued. We're increasing surveillance around your apartment building and assigning undercover officers nearby. We need you to stay calm and continue your routine as normally as possible. It's important. He doesn't realize how closely we're watching. I agreed reluctantly, although normal no longer felt possible. Jenna insisted I stay with her until we knew more, and Ramirez strongly supported the idea. He believed the stalker would eventually reveal himself, either through another call message or by attempting direct contact again. Over the next few days, police presence increased dramatically around my apartment building. Unmarked vehicles parked discreetly nearby. Officers in plain clothes casually walked around the neighborhood, blending into daily life. Meanwhile, my anxiety spiraled. Every phone call made me jump. Every unfamiliar car parked outside Jenna's apartment sparked panic. But the stalker remained silent, almost as if he knew exactly what was happening and was simply waiting. Each quiet day felt like a twisted form of torture as I anticipated his next move. Then, nearly a week after I'd arrived at Jenna's, something changed again. Early one morning, I received another email. This time, the subject line simply read, "It's time." I stared at it, heart racing. I didn't want to open it, yet I knew I had no choice. Taking a deep breath, I clicked it open. Inside was a single line. "Meet me tonight, 9 p.m. at Brood Awakening. Come alone. If you involve the police again, you'll regret it." Fear surged through me. It was a blatant trap, yet part of me wondered if meeting him directly was the only way this nightmare would ever end. Maybe I could finally confront him. Maybe the police could catch him in the act. I immediately called Detective Ramirez again, explaining the message in detail. He listened carefully, then paused before responding. "We can't let you go alone," he said firmly, his voice filled with concern. "It's too dangerous. But this could be our best opportunity to finally catch him." We made a careful plan. I'd go to the coffee shop, acting as if I'd complied with his demands. But undercover officers would already be inside and stationed nearby, discreetly blending in. The goal was to get him to approach me directly, giving them the chance to arrest him safely. As evening approached, my nerves intensified. Jenna stayed with me, reassuring me, helping me prepare mentally. I knew Ramirez and his team were carefully setting up surveillance, but the risks still felt overwhelming. What if he sensed the trap? What if something went terribly wrong? Finally, at 8:45 p.m., I left Jenna's apartment, driving to the coffee shop as calmly as possible, my pulse racing. I parked a block away and walked the short distance, noticing unfamiliar people scattered strategically around the area officers, blending seamlessly into the busy sidewalk crowd. Inside the coffee shop, I took a seat near the window, forcing myself to remain composed. The place was busy, customers chatting and drinking coffee, completely unaware of the tension unfolding around them. Minutes ticked by slowly, painfully. 9 o'clock came and went, each passing moment increasing my anxiety. Then, at exactly 9:15, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "I told you to come alone. You didn't listen. We'll try this again soon." I froze, realizing instantly he'd noticed the officers. Somehow he'd known about the plan. Panic gripped me. I quickly showed the message to an undercover officer sitting nearby. He immediately radioed Ramirez, alerting him that our cover had been blown. Officers discreetly searched the surrounding area, but found nothing, no sign of him, no suspicious activity. He'd slipped away silently, clearly observing from a safe distance. Feeling defeated, I returned to Jenna's, the realization clear. This stalker wasn't just caught-ish, was always a step ahead, carefully watching every move he made. I wondered if there was any place left where I could truly feel safe. That night, alone in Jenna's guest room, I lay awake, replaying every detail. My sense of safety had completely shattered. I'd done everything right, gone to the police, moved homes, remained cautious, but nothing had stopped him. He'd invaded every part of my life, and now he knew my every attempt to fight back. I knew one thing for certain: this wasn't going to end easily. The stranger who knew my name was still out there, waiting patiently, always watching. And he was clearly not finished with me yet. In the aftermath of the failed attempt at brood awakening, my fear intensified, leaving me in a constant state of tension. The stalker's warning echoed relentlessly in my thoughts. "You didn't listen. We'll try this again soon." I was exhausted, tired of constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every shadow, and fearing every unfamiliar face. It felt like an endless nightmare, one where he always had the upper hand. Detective Ramirez refused to give up, though. He visited regularly, reassuring me, promising to find new leads. He told me he had requested security footage from every shop and building surrounding brood awakening. If the stalker had been close enough to see the police presence, maybe he'd made a mistaken appearance on camera, a suspicious vehicle, anything to identify him. Weeks passed without progress, and my anxiety deepened. Staying with Jenna had helped temporarily, but I could see the strain it placed on her as well. Eventually, I moved back into my apartment, despite my fears. Ramirez assigned officers to patrol regularly, reassuring me they'd watch the area closely. Days turned into weeks, and the stalker went quiet. Again, no emails, no notes, no calls. While part of me felt relieved, another part grew even more anxious, anticipating his next move. It felt like a twisted game of cat and mouse, where I was always vulnerable, always waiting. Then, late one afternoon, Ramirez called with urgency. His voice was sharp, energized. "We've got something," he said quickly, excitement evident. Security footage from a business near the coffee shop captured someone suspicious leaving the area right after he messaged you. He kept his face hidden, but we got a clear image of his vehicle and license plate. Hope surged through me, but I was still cautious. "Do you know who he is?" I asked nervously. "Not yet, but we will soon," Ramirez promised. "We're running the plate now. I'll update you as soon as we get a hit." For the first time in weeks, I felt a small sense of hope. Maybe this nightmare would finally end. Still, I couldn't let my guard down. Until the police had him, I knew the danger wasn't over. The next day, Ramirez called again, his voice even more determined. "We have him identified. His name is Jonathan Reed. He's 36, no criminal history, but he did work briefly at Edge Marketing, just like you." The name felt vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place a face. "He worked there?" I asked, confused. "Briefly, in it," Ramirez confirmed. "About a year before you left. Seems he developed an obsession with you there, quietly following your work and your life ever since." I felt sick, knowing he'd been observing me for that long without my knowledge. The thought made my skin crawl. "Do you know where he is now?" I asked urgently. "We're tracking him down," Ramirez assured me. "But we haven't found him yet. He stopped going home, hasn't shown up at his usual spots. He knows we're close." The next several days were agonizing. I stayed indoors as much as possible, waiting for updates. Police presence around my apartment intensified. Undercover officers maintained constant surveillance, but still, Jonathan Reed remained elusive. Then, late one evening, as I prepared to finally get some rest, my phone rang. I recognized Ramirez's number immediately. "We have him cornered near your apartment," he said sharply, urgency clear in his voice. "Stay inside, lock your doors, and don't move. He's close, and we think he's coming toward you." My heart raced. What should I do? I asked, panic rising. "Stay calm," Ramirez instructed firmly. "Officers are already approaching his location. Whatever you do, don't open your door." I quickly locked every possible entry, heart pounding. Outside my window, flashing blue lights illuminated the darkened street. Officers moved quickly, quietly, their flashlights cutting through shadows. I heard shouting, gurgent voices ordering someone to stop, to surrender. Then silence. My phone buzzed again moments later. "We've got him," Ramirez announced, relief evident in his voice. "He's in custody, no injuries. You're safe." Tears welled in my eyes, an overwhelming wave of relief washing over me. After months of constant fear, I could finally breathe again. The following morning, Detective Ramirez invited me down to the police station to identify Jonathan Reed officially. Walking into the station felt surreal, yet empowering. In an interview room, behind one-way glass, I saw him clearly for the first time. A quiet-looking man, utterly ordinary in appearance, sitting calmly and emotionlessly. I struggled to reconcile this unassuming stranger with the relentless tormentor he'd become. "That's him," I confirmed quietly, still shaken. "Are you sure he can't get out again?" Ramirez nodded reassuringly. "He won't hurt you anymore. We've got more than enough evidence to hold him for stalking and harassment. He's looking at serious charges." Days later, as I sat in court, listening to the judge announce Jonathan Reed's sentencing, a profound sense of closure settled over me. He received multiple years in prison, and the judge ordered strict restraining conditions to ensure he'd never approach me again. Life slowly began to return to normal. Jenna and I celebrated quietly, sharing gratitude for friendship and safety. I eventually resumed my freelance work, cautiously reclaiming my routines. Though anxiety lingered occasionally, the constant fear finally began to fade. Months afterward, Detective Ramirez checked in occasionally, ensuring I felt safe. During his final call, I thanked him deeply, truly grateful. "You gave me my life back," I told him sincerely. "I don't know what I would have done without you." "You're stronger than you realize," Ramirez replied warmly. "You trusted your instincts and took action. You made it through." Over time, I found comfort and confidence again, slowly shedding the paranoia that had once consumed my every thought. I took up advocacy, volunteering to help others who had experienced stalking, determined to use my trauma to help others regain control of their lives. 2 years later, Jenna and I revisited Brood Awakening, sitting by the same window table, talking quietly about life, future plans, and how far I'd come since that terrifying ordeal. The coffee shop was bustling, normal, and safe again. It felt good to reclaim a place I'd once feared. That afternoon, after Jenna left, I lingered a moment, reflecting quietly. Suddenly, a gentle tap on my shoulder startled me. Turning quickly, I saw a young woman standing nervously. "I'm sorry," she said shyly, smiling apologetically. "You're that woman from the article, right? The one who survived the stalker?" I nodded carefully, unsure what she'd say next. "I read your story," she continued softly. "It gave me courage. I'm dealing with something similar, and I just wanted to thank you for speaking out. It helped me realize I wasn't alone." Her words filled me with gratitude, healing something deep within me. We talked briefly, and I encouraged her to trust herself, to reach out for support, to never give up. As she walked away, I finally felt at peace. The trauma I'd endured had been painful, terrifying, and life-changing, but it had also strengthened me, taught me resilience, and allowed me to help others find their strength too. I knew I'd never forget Jonathan Reed or the fear he'd caused, but I'd reclaimed my life completely. He no longer had power over me. The stranger who knew my name was nothing more than a memory, a dark chapter, closed firmly and finally behind me. And at last, I was free. I grew up near the desert, close enough that the barren landscape felt familiar to me from childhood. I'd spent plenty of days wandering the outskirts, but strangely enough, I'd never actually camped there. The desert always seemed too wild, too mysterious an endless space that could swallow someone whole. But eventually, curiosity outweighed caution, and a few years back, I agreed to go camping with some friends. There were 4 of us, me, Tyler, Jacob, and Sarah. We'd grown up together, so camping trips weren't unusual, but this one felt different from the start. We picked a remote spot, miles from any marked trail, hidden between jagged rock formations and sparse shrubs. It was the kind of place where, if you weren't careful, you could lose your bearings quickly. The first thing I noticed as we set up our tents and gathered wood was how incredibly silent everything was. The usual background sounds of birds, insects, or even the wind rustling through the dry grass were completely absent. It felt as if we'd walked into a vacuum. Every sound we made seemed louder in contrast, amplified by the stillness around us. "This place feels weird," Sarah said quietly, glancing around as we sat by our small campfire later that evening. She rubbed her arms as if fighting off a chill, even though the desert air was still warm. "You're just creeped out because it's so quiet," Tyler laughed, nudging her gently. "It's peaceful. Enjoy it." I didn't say anything, but I agreed with Sarah. Something felt off. I'd spent plenty of nights outside, but never in such complete silence. I tried to brush it off, convincing myself it was just nerves or imagination. As night fell, we settled into our tents. I lay awake, staring at the thin fabric ceiling, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching us from the shadows beyond the firelight. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. I woke suddenly sometime later, disoriented and unsure why. I lay still, listening carefully. Outside, the fire had burned low, casting faint, flickering shadows against my tent. Everything remained quiet, but something felt wrong. Then, as clearly as if someone had spoken right next to my ear, I heard my name whispered softly from outside the tent. My heart skipped, and adrenaline surged through me. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Maybe it was just one of my friends playing a prank. But the voice didn't sound like any of them. It was deeper, rougher, not entirely human. I strained to listen, hoping I'd imagined it. Then it whispered my name again, clearer this time and closer. "Come out," it urged gently, almost sweetly. "Come see." I stayed frozen, fear pinning me in place. This wasn't Tyler's playful voice or Jacob's familiar tone. It was something else, something wrong, trying to lure me outside. I thought about calling out to my friends, but my voice wouldn't cooperate. Fear had silenced me completely. Then I heard footsteps approaching, heavy, deliberate, crunching slowly across the dirt. With each step, the breathing grew louder, raspier, like something struggling to imitate human breath. It stopped directly outside my tent. Silence again, painful, terrifying silence. A slow scratching sound started, claws gently tracing across the thin fabric of the tent, barely enough pressure to be heard clearly. My body tightened in panic. I could feel the presence just inches away, separated only by fragile nylon. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, just lay there, rigid, staring into the dark, listening. Eventually, the scratching stopped, replaced by the soft, heavy footsteps moving away again, back into the darkness beyond the camp, but I knew it wasn't truly gone. It lingered, watching, waiting. When morning finally broke, bright sunlight flooded the campsite, driving away the shadows and making last night's events feel almost unreal. But one look at Sarah's pale face told me she'd heard something too. "You heard it, didn't you?" she whispered, pulling me aside from the others. Her voice trembled. "Yeah," I admitted quietly. "Someone whispering, footsteps, scratching my tent." Her eyes widened in fear. "Me too. I thought it was just me being paranoid." We didn't tell Tyler and Jacob, knowing they'd laugh it off as imagination or fear. Instead, we hurriedly packed up camp, not bothering to make breakfast or linger longer than necessary. None of us spoke much on the hike back to the car, each of us lost in our own uneasy thoughts. Days passed, then weeks, and I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it all some strange dream born of too many stories and late-night conversations around campfires. Life slowly returned to normal, though I avoided the desert after dark, never quite feeling comfortable out there again. But one evening, after finishing a late shift at work, I returned home to find something that brought it all rushing back. Approaching my front door, I noticed footprints pressed firmly into the dirt near my porch, too large, strangely shaped, and clearly not human. The tracks were impossibly wide, the toes elongated and claw-like. I stared at them, fear coiling in my stomach. Glancing around nervously, I noticed more prints scattered across my yard, circling the house as if someone or something had been pacing outside, peering into windows, observing my home carefully. My mind flashed back to that night in the desert, to the whispering voice and the scratching claws. The realization hit me like ice-cold water. Whatever had stalked us at our campsite had followed me home. I quickly stepped inside, locking every door and window tightly. Alone in my living room, curtains drawn, I sat anxiously, listening to every sound, every creak, wondering if I'd hear that voice again, calling softly from outside, asking me to step into the dark. That night, sleep didn't come easier at all. Instead, I lay awake, wondering exactly what I'd encountered in the desert, and worse, what I'd unknowingly brought back with me. It wasn't human, it wasn't animal, it was something older, darker, something the desert had hidden deep within itself until I'd foolishly crossed its path. Now, I knew it was watching, waiting for me to step outside and answer its call again. For days after discovering the footprints outside my house, I couldn't focus on anything else. I checked around the property every morning, nervously scanning the dirt for fresh tracks. Sometimes I thought I saw movement from the corner of my eye, a shadow slipping behind a bush or quickly ducking out of sight, but whenever I turned to look directly, nothing was there. The whole thing had started to feel like paranoia, but I knew better. Whatever had found me in the desert was real, and it had followed me home. Eventually, I told my friend Sarah about the footprints. She was the only one who'd understood how disturbing that night in the desert had truly been. "You have to show me," she insisted. "Maybe it's an animal or something explainable." "I wish," I replied quietly, "but these aren't animal tracks. Not any I've ever seen." She came over later that afternoon, following me around the side of the house to where I'd last seen the prints. They'd faded slightly, worn down by wind and weather, but their size and shape were still clear enough. Sarah knelt beside one of them, running her finger lightly along the edge of the impression. "You're right," she whispered uneasily, glancing up at me. "These aren't normal." I nodded grimly, feeling strangely validated but no less scared. Whatever made these tracks came from out there, from the desert that night. I think it's been following me. Sarah stood up slowly, brushing dirt off her hands, eyes wary. "I read something online," she admitted hesitantly. "About creatures out in the desert, skinwalkers. People say they mimic voices, lure you away. They stalk, watch, follow people home." A chill shot down my spine. I'd heard stories growing up, legends whispered among locals, but I'd never truly believed any of it until now. "You think that's what's doing this?" I asked softly, voice tight with anxiety. She hesitated, unsure. "Maybe. All the signs fit. Whispering your name, the strange voice, footprints. It all matches the stories. If it is, you're not safe." "So, what do we do?" I asked nervously, hoping she'd have an answer. She sighed, looking toward the distant horizon where desert sands stretched endlessly outward. "I don't know. Some people say to confront it directly. Others warn never to go near it, to leave offerings or prayers for protection." Neither option felt reassuring, but confronting whatever had followed me seemed impossible. What would I even say? How do you face something that might not even be human? After Sarah left, I spent the evening researching everything I could find online about skinwalkers and local legends. Stories ranged widely: shadowy figures standing at the edges of campsites, mysterious whispers at night, creatures able to mimic voices of loved ones or animals, attempting to lure people into the dark. Most frightening was the repeated warning: once they notice you, they rarely leave you alone. That night, I slept with all the lights on, curtains tightly closed. Every sound outside made me jump, branches tapping the windows, wind brushing softly against the house. Eventually, exhausted from tension and fear, I slipped into uneasy dreams. I woke abruptly hours later, heart racing. At first, I wasn't sure what had startled me awake. Then I heard it again, a faint scratching sound at the front door. I lay still, breathing shallowly, listening closely. The scratching continued softly, deliberate, and rhythmic. It was the same sound I'd heard against my tent that night in the desert. Slowly, quietly, I got out of bed, moving toward the front door. My pulse thundered in my ears. Through the peephole, I saw nothing but darkness outside. The porch light had gone out, leaving shadows pooled against the entryway. The scratching paused suddenly, replaced by silence so complete it hurt my ears. Then a whisper came through the door, low, raspy, barely audible. "Let me in." My knees nearly buckled. The voice wasn't human. It sounded strained, wrong, like something struggling to imitate human speech. "I know you're awake," it continued gently, almost sweetly, the voice shifting now, becoming more familiar. "Please open the door. It's cold outside." My heart nearly stopped. The voice now was Sarah's, perfect down to the slight tremble when she felt uneasy. But Sarah wasn't here. She couldn't be. This wasn't her. "Please," the voice pleaded softly, heartbreakingly real. "I'm scared." "Go away," I whispered harshly, forcing myself to speak. "You're not her." Silence again. Then, laughter deep, guttural laughter that rattled through my bones. "Come outside," it growled suddenly, dropping any pretense of humanity. "Come and see." I stumbled backward, locking the door again even though I knew it was already secured. Panic surged through me. I grabbed my phone, desperate to call someone, but my hands shook so badly I struggled to dial a number. Finally, Sarah picked up, groggy and confused. "It's outside," I said breathlessly, my voice cracking. "It's pretending to be you. It wants me to open the door." "I'm coming," she replied instantly, her voice alert. "Don't move. Don't answer it. Don't even look outside." She hung up, and I sat alone in my living room, shivering despite the warm house, every muscle in my body tense. Minutes dragged by slowly, painfully. The scratching had stopped, but I knew it hadn't left. I could sense its presence, patiently waiting just beyond my door. Finally, headlights illuminated the room. Sarah was here. Relief washed over me, but quickly faded as I realized she'd have to cross the yard, passing whatever was out there. I rushed to the window, carefully pulling back the curtain just enough to see her stepping from her car, scanning nervously around the darkened property. Then, in the dim porch light, I saw a dishadowed figure standing at the corner of the house, half hidden by darkness. It watched Sarah intently, posture stiff and unnatural. She moved quickly toward the front door, oblivious to the thing standing just feet away. I flung the door open, grabbing her arm and pulling her inside. She turned quickly, confused. "What's wrong?" she asked urgently. "It was right there," I said, pointing desperately toward the spot where the figure had stood moments before. Now it was empty. Nothing but shadows remained. Sarah stared quietly into the darkness for a long moment, then closed the door carefully, locking it tightly. She turned to me, eyes wide and fearful. "You're right," she whispered. "We need help." Standing together in my small, brightly lit living room, we knew this wasn't just superstition or imagination. Something ancient and dangerous had found me, and now it knew exactly where I lived. Sarah and I spent that entire night awake, pacing restlessly through the living room, occasionally peering out the window into the darkness outside. Every time we looked, the yard was empty, quiet, still. It was almost as though the previous events had never happened, except we both knew better. It had all been very real, and something was still out there, watching. As dawn finally broke, spilling soft morning light through the curtains, our nerves eased just a bit. Daylight always had a comforting way of chasing away fears, even if only temporarily. We brewed coffee, sitting silently at the kitchen table, neither of us knowing exactly what to say. "What should we do?" I finally asked, breaking the heavy silence. "We can't keep living like this, afraid to step outside, afraid to sleep." Sarah hesitated, swirling her coffee thoughtfully. "Maybe we need to talk to someone who understands the desert better than we do." she finally suggested. Someone who knows the history and legends. At the very least, they might give us advice on how to protect ourselves. I nodded. It made sense. Growing up nearby, we'd both heard enough stories to know that people often turned to respected elders or spiritual leaders whenever something strange occurred. We hadn't been particularly superstitious ourselves, but given recent events, neither of us dismissed the idea now. Sarah made a few phone calls, eventually finding someone, a respected Navajo elder named Thomas, who lived just outside of town. He'd grown up in this desert, spending his life teaching others about the land, its history, and its stories. After hearing a brief explanation, Thomas agreed to meet us later that day. The drive to Thomas's house was quiet, filled with anxious uncertainty. We eventually arrived at a modest home, set against the backdrop of vast desert and distant mountains. Thomas greeted us warmly at the door, tall man with gray hair and deep lines etched by years spent beneath harsh sunlight. He invited us inside, sitting calmly across from us at his small kitchen table. "Tell me exactly what happened," he said gently, eyes kind yet serious. We recounted the events carefully, sparing no detail: the whispering voice, the scratching, the footprints, and the figure outside my home. Thomas listened quietly, never interrupting, nodding thoughtfully as we spoke. When we finished, he took a slow breath, looking carefully between us. "I've heard similar stories," he began calmly. "The desert hides many things. Our people have long known there are places here where the line between the world we see and the one we don't is very thin. Sometimes things cross that line, things we can't easily understand." "You mean skinwalkers?" Sarah asked nervously, her voice quiet. Thomas paused, carefully choosing his words. "That's a name often used, yes, but it's complicated. The word is sometimes used too loosely by those who don't fully understand. But whatever you encountered sounds very real, and it clearly noticed you." I felt a chill move through me at his words. "What can we do?" I asked, trying to control my nerves. Thomas looked directly at me, his expression calm and reassuring. "First, you must respect the fact that it exists. Don't dismiss it as imagination. But don't give it power over you either. These things feed on fear, on uncertainty. You must reclaim your space, make it clear you're aware, but refuse to let it control your life." Sarah glanced nervously at me, clearly uncertain. "But how?" she asked quietly. Thomas stood slowly, motioning for us to follow him outside. Behind his home, he walked us to a small fire pit, carefully built and neatly maintained. "When you're back home tonight, light a fire outside, one that's visible, one you watch carefully. Sit together, stay calm, speak clearly. Tell it firmly that you're aware it's there, but it's not welcome. Do not speak in fear or anger, simply in strength." He picked up a small pouch from nearby, placing it gently in my hand. "Burn this sage while you speak. Let the smoke cleanse your space, your mind, and your spirit. Our ancestors have done this for generations. It helps." We thanked Thomas, leaving his home feeling hopeful yet anxious. Neither of us fully understood what we were dealing with, but at least we now had guidance, something tangible to do besides just being afraid. That evening we returned to my house, preparing carefully. We built a small fire in the backyard, following Thomas's instructions exactly. As darkness fell around us, the flames flickered warmly, the smell of burning sage drifting gently upward, calming our nerves slightly. We sat quietly for a long time, the fire crackling softly. Eventually, gathering my courage, I spoke aloud, clearly and steadily, addressing whatever presence might still be nearby. "I know you're here," I said calmly, firmly. "You've made yourself known, and we've noticed. But this is my homey life, and you're not welcome here anymore. I'm asking you to leave us alone." Sarah spoke next, her voice steady despite the fear we'd both felt. "We respect that you exist. We respect that this land has history we might not understand fully, but we ask that you respect us too. Please leave us alone now." We sat quietly afterward, listening closely to the silence around us. At first, nothing changed, but after several moments, we both felt something subtly shift. The air grew lighter, warmer somehow, as if a pressure had lifted. The rest of the night passed quietly without incident. We eventually moved back inside, still cautious but feeling safer than we had in days. In the days and weeks that followed, nothing strange happened. No more footprints appeared in the yard, no strange voices whispered outside the windows, and gradually we both began to relax. Life slowly returned to normal, though we remained cautious, always aware that there was more to the desert than we could ever fully understand. Months later, I went back to see Thomas again. He smiled warmly as he greeted me at the door, asking how things had been. "It's better," I admitted honestly. "We haven't seen or heard anything else since we did what you said." Thomas nodded gently, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Good. These things are powerful, but so is the strength of your spirit. You learned something important, something our people have known for generations. Respect the land, respect what lives in it, but don't give your fear power over your life." I left his home that day feeling stronger, wiser, and far more respectful of the desert I'd always called home. I knew I'd never understand everything that lived beneath the stars out there, but I no longer feared it, not completely. Sarah and I continued camping over the years, always careful, always respectful. Occasionally, we'd think back to those nights when something we couldn't fully explain had come into our lives. We shared the story only with those who understood and respected it, always careful not to treat it lightly. And though I never forgot those strange events, I knew I'd gained something valuable, the ability to face what frightened me and reclaim my space, my home, and my life. The desert was no longer a place of fear, it had become a place of careful respect, quiet strength, and peaceful understanding. I never used to be paranoid. I always rolled my eyes when my mom warned me about strangers on the internet, her voice laced with that tired parental concern. "Don't talk to people you don't know, don't share personal details, and for God's sake, don't meet up with anyone." I'd heard it a million times, and I thought I was careful. My social media was private. I only accepted friend requests from people I knew. and my location settings were turned off. I was just another teenage girl posting stupid selfies, venting about school and sharing funny memes. Nothing that should have stood out, nothing that should have caught someone's attention. But I was wrong. The first message came late one night while I was scrolling through Instagram in bed. "You looked really pretty in that red sweater today." I frowned. My last post had been from last weekend, and I wasn't wearing red in any of my pictures. I checked the username, user 984,721. No profile picture, no posts. Just an empty account. I dismissed it as a troll and ignored it. The next day, another message. "I saw you walking home. You always take the long way, don't you?" A strange, hollow feeling settled in my chest. I did take the long way home sometimes, but only when I wanted to clear my head after school. I never told anyone that. It wasn't a route I took regularly, just something I did on impulse. I showed my best friend Rachel at lunch. "Probably some loser trying to mess with you," she said, popping a chip into her mouth. "Just block them." So I did. I wish I could say that was the end of it. That night I got a text from an unknown number. "Blocking me won't make me stop watching, Lily." My stomach flipped. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I stared at the screen, my heartbeat thudding in my ears. I checked the number, no name, no caller ID, just a string of digits I didn't recognize. I took a deep breath and typed back, "Who is this?" The response was almost immediate. "A friend." I didn't reply. The next morning I double-checked all my social media accounts. My Instagram was still private. My Snapchat location was turned off. There was no way a stranger could have been keeping track of me. But someone was. At school, I tried to act normal. I sat with Rachel at lunch, joked around with my friends, and forced myself to focus in class. But my eyes kept flicking toward the door, the windows, the people around me. I started noticing things I hadn't before. A dark blue sedan parked near the school entrance, the same one I thought I'd seen near my neighborhood. A man in the grocery store who seemed to be in every aisle I was. The feeling of someone standing too close behind me at the coffee shop. Maybe it was just paranoia. Maybe my brain was playing tricks on me. Or maybe it wasn't. That night, I got another text. "You should really lock your bedroom window." I dropped my phone. My stomach twisted violently. I had left my window unlocked. It was something I barely thought about. I lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood, the kind of place where people left their doors unlocked during the day. Hands shaking, I ran to my window. It was closed, but when I tried to slide the lock into place, I felt the smallest resistance, like it had been moved recently. I slammed it shut and locked it. Then I grabbed my phone and typed out a message. "Who the hell are you?" No response. I barely slept that night. Every creak in the house, every shadow from the street lights outside sent my heart racing. I kept checking my phone, waiting for another message, waiting for something. The next morning, my mom found me staring blankly at my cereal. "You okay, sweetheart?" I almost told her. Almost. But I didn't want to worry her. She had enough on her plate with work and my little brother. And besides, what would I even say? "Hey, Mom, I think someone is watching me." So I forced a smile, just tired. That day at school, I noticed something new. A small, wrapped box sitting in my locker. No note, no name. I hesitated before picking it up, my stomach churning with unease. It was light, barely weighing anything at all. Rachel leaned over my shoulder. "Ooh, secret admirer." I forced a laugh. "Yeah, right." I unwrapped it slowly, heart pounding. Inside was a single item, a hair clip. A very specific hair clip, the kind I had lost a month ago. I hadn't mentioned losing it online, hadn't talked about it to anyone. I barely even remembered it was missing. But someone had found it. Someone had kept it. I felt sick. Rachel was still peering over my shoulder. Cute. Who do you think it's from? I shoved the box back into my locker. I don't know. I did my best to act normal the rest of the day, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. When I got home, I locked every door and window in the house. That night, my phone buzzed again. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to know. But I had to. You look so beautiful when you're scared, Lily. I dropped the phone and ran to my bedroom mirror. I had been home alone for hours. No one should have seen me. And yet, they had. I didn't tell anyone. I should have, but some deep, gut-wrenching part of me thought that saying it out loud would make it worse, like acknowledging it would give this person more power over me. I told myself that if I ignored them, if I stopped reacting, maybe they'd get bored, maybe they'd stop watching. But they didn't. I deleted my social media the next morning, Instagram, Snapchat, even my barely used Facebook. I changed my phone number, made sure every window and door was locked, and refused to go anywhere alone. I wasn't an idiot. I knew this wasn't some harmless prank. This was someone who knew my habits, my home, my secrets. And they weren't going away. For the first time in my life, I felt trapped in my own skin. At school, I kept my head down, stomach churning with anxiety every time I felt someone's gaze linger too long. It wasn't just paranoia caught people looking at me, but I couldn't tell if it meant anything. Was it just normal teenage curiosity, or was one of them the person behind the messages? Rachel noticed. "Okay, what's going on with you?" she asked at lunch, flicking a fry at me. "You've been weird for days." I hesitated. Part of me wanted to unload everything, tell her about the messages, the gifts, the feeling of being hunted. But how do you say something like that without sounding insane? "I'm just stressed," I lied. Rachel narrowed her eyes. "Uh-huh, sure." I forced a smile. "Really, it's nothing." She didn't look convinced, but thankfully, she let it drop. That night, my mom worked late, so I was home alone. My little brother was at a friend's house, and our usually lively home was eerily silent. I checked the locks twice, shut every curtain, and curled up in bed with my laptop, trying to distract myself with Netflix. Then my phone buzzed. An unknown number, again. My stomach tightened as I hesitated before picking it up. "Did you really think deleting your accounts would make me stop watching?" I felt sick. My fingers shook as I typed back. "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" I watched the typing bubble appear, disappear, then return. "I just want you to appreciate me the way I appreciate you." I swallowed hard, my throat tightening. "I don't know you." A pause. Then, "But I know you, Lily. I know everything about you." I couldn't breathe. I threw my phone onto the bed and stood up, pacing my room. I wanted to scream, to cry, to do something. Instead, I grabbed my laptop and did the only thing I could think of. I looked up how to track a phone number. Most sites were useless, just ads for paid services that probably wouldn't work. But after an hour of digging, I found one that let me trace general locations of incoming messages. It wasn't exact, but it would tell me the city, maybe even the neighborhood. My fingers trembled as I entered the number. Loading. My breath caught. The location popped up. My town. I felt like I was going to throw up. This person wasn't some stranger in another state. They were here. I stared at my screen, mind racing. Who could it be? A classmate, a teacher, a neighbor. A sound outside made me jump. Footsteps on the porch. My heart pounded. I grabbed my phone, creeping toward the window. A small wrapped box sat on the doorstep. I felt the blood drain from my face. I stared at it for a long time, my body frozen. I knew I shouldn't open it. Every instinct screamed at me to throw it away, to pretend it wasn't there. But I had to know. I stepped outside, my skin prickling with fear as I bent down to pick it up. The air was cool, silent. The streetlights cast long shadows across the empty road. Whoever left it was already gone. I unwrapped it slowly, hands shaking. Inside was a necklace. A necklace I had lost 6 months ago. I gasped, my vision blurring. My mind reeled, trying to remember where I had last seen it. It had been at Rachel's house. I had taken it off in her room, left it on her dresser. We searched for it for weeks, tearing apart her bedroom, but it was just gone. Until now. I dropped the box, my pulse hammering in my ears. I backed inside, locked the door, and ran straight to my room, grabbing my phone. I needed proof. Whoever was doing this was getting bolder. They weren't just watching me anymore. They were inside my life. I took a deep breath and did something I should have done from the beginning. I set up a camera. It wasn't anything fancy, just an old webcam I hadn't used in years. I plugged it into my laptop, pointed it at the porch, and set it to record. If they left something again, I would catch them. I barely slept. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow felt like a threat. I clutched my phone under the covers, fighting the urge to text Rachel, to call my mom, to do something. But I was done feeling helpless. The next morning, I checked the footage. Nothing. No movement, no shadows, no figures creeping in the dark. I exhaled slowly, my body aching from exhaustion. Maybe, just maybe, they were done. Then my phone buzzed. I picked it up, dreading what I'd see. "You looked so cute checking the camera this morning." My vision blurred. My stomach clenched painfully. I hadn't checked the footage in the morning. I'd done it just now. They knew. They had seen me. And that meant... I turned slowly, my breath catching in my throat. The camera. It was pointed at the porch. The only way they could have known was if they were watching me from inside the house. I couldn't move. My skin was cold, my breath shallow, my pulse a distant, frantic drum in my ears. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. They weren't just watching me. They were inside. I stood frozen in place, every muscle in my body locked in terror. My bedroom door was closed. My closet door was closed. My window was locked. And yet, I felt them. Watching. Waiting. I forced myself to move, slowly, silently, my heart hammering against my ribs. I reached for my phone with shaking hands and dialed 911. The call barely rang once before the line clicked. A voice spoke. Not the operator. Them. "You shouldn't have tried to catch me, Lily." I dropped the phone. My body moved before I could think. I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy bedside lamp, and turned, my back against the wall, scanning every darkened corner of my room. My closet, my desk, the space beneath my bed, they could be anywhere. I bolted. I threw open my door and ran down the hall, nearly tripping over my own feet. I needed to get out. I needed to get out now. My front door was just at the bottom of the stairs. If I could make it outside, I could scream, run to the neighbors, get someone to. A sound stopped me cold. The creak of a floorboard. It was soft, deliberate. It came from behind me. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My body refused to move, every nerve screaming at me to keep running, to keep going. But my mind told me I had to see. Slowly, I turned my head. There, standing at the top of the stairs, was him. I expected a stranger, some nameless, faceless monster lurking in the shadows, but I was wrong. I knew him. My best friend's dad, Mr. Caldwell. He was wearing the same warm smile I had seen 1,000 times before, the same friendly, fatherly face that had watched me and Rachel since we were kids. But now, it was wrong. Twisted. There was something in his eyes I had never seen before, something hungry, something sick. "I didn't want it to be like this," he said softly, stepping forward. I backed down a step. "Stay away from me." "You weren't supposed to figure it out," he continued, ignoring me. His voice was calm, patient, like he was explaining something simple to a child. "You were supposed to love me, Lily, the way I love you." A sickening wave of nausea rolled through me. Love. Oh God. Oh God. I could barely process what he was saying. My mind was screaming at me to run, to fight, but I was frozen. "You were so perfect," he murmured, "so sweet, so innocent. I've been watching you for so long, making sure you were safe, keeping you close." My mouth was dry. My voice was barely a whisper. "Why?" He tilted his head, smiling almost sadly. "Because I knew one day you'd belong to me." I turned and ran. I flew down the stairs, my feet barely touching the ground. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps quick, too quick, was chasing me. I hit the front door and yanked at the lock. It didn't budge. Oh God. The deadbolt. He had locked the deadbolt from the inside. I fumbled, my fingers slipping, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. I could hear him getting closer, feel the air shift as he reached for me. And then, the house alarm blared. A deafening, piercing screech. I hadn't even realized I hit the panic button on the keypad, but I had, and it was loud. Louder than my fear. Louder than him. I heard him snarl a low, frustrated growl I had never imagined coming from him. I turned, just in time to see him stumbling back, eyes darting toward the windows, the flashing lights from outside. He hesitated. I didn't. I unlocked the door and ran. I didn't stop running, not even when I reached the neighbor's porch, not even when they opened the door, eyes wide with confusion and fear. I didn't stop until I was inside, until I collapsed onto their floor, sobbing and shaking as they called the police. They caught him that night. Mr. Caldwell was found hiding in my house, tucked away in the attic crawl space where he had been living for weeks. Watching me, listening, waiting. The police found his laptop, his phone, hundreds of photos of me, screenshots of my social media posts, my texts with Rachel. He had been reading everything. He had been inside our lives in ways I never imagined. Rachel. I broke down when I saw her. She hadn't known. Of course she hadn't. She sobbed when she found out, horrified, disgusted. Her father. Her father had been stalking me. Her father had been the monster in my walls. He had been taken away in cuffs, his face blank, emotionless, like he didn't understand why we were all so upset. The trial was quick, the evidence overwhelming. He was sentenced to 20 years for stalking, breaking and entering, and intent to harm. Rachel never spoke to him again. Neither did I. But sometimes I think about that night, about how wrong I was. I thought stalkers were faceless strangers in dark alleys, lurking in shadows, following from a distance. But they aren't. They can be the people closest to you. The ones who smile at you across the dinner table. The ones you trust. I don't post online anymore. I don't talk to strangers. And every single night, I check the locks. Twice.